This page is the cover of SEGA Saturn magazine, highlighting major upcoming and recently released titles. Featured prominently are the anime characters from the highly anticipated RPG Grandia, which is covered with a pre-release strategy guide. Also highlighted is even the Lost One and other hot topics. Key games mentioned include Shining Force 2i Scenario 1, Azel, Panzer Dragoon RPG, known internationally as Panzer Dragoon Saga, Burning Rangers, and The Legend of Heroes, A Tear of Vermilion. The cover also promotes new titles like the Dream Generation series, Dream Collabo, Love or Work, and Angelique Duet. Inside, the magazine covers the latest Saturn software releases, including MJ, The Mystery Hospital, Real Bout Fatal Fury, and Zap, Snowboarding Tricks 98. There are also complete guides for games like Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, J-League Pro Soccer Club Wo Tsukuru 2, Vandal Hearts, Lost Ancient Civilization, and Atelier Marie, The Alchemist of Salzburg. The issue looks forward to games coming in 1997 and 1998, offering a glimpse into the future of the Saturn library at the time. The cover price is 350 yen, and it's dated December 26, 1997. This page features a large orange D2, prominently displayed against a white background. Below the logo, the text "runs under" is faintly visible, repeated twice, accompanied by a series of asterisks. The page includes soft, blurry red shapes in the corners, suggesting a stylized, atmospheric design. This serves as a simple yet striking teaser for the game D2, a title that was in development around this time and would eventually be released on the Sega Dreamcast, hinting at Sega's future direction. This page features an abstract, blurry background dominated by shades of red and orange, fading into darker tones. In the lower right corner, contact information for the game developer Warp, Inc. is displayed. The text lists their company name, followed by their address. Seizan Building 4F, 21228, Kita-Oyama, Minatoku, Tokyo, Japan. Below the address is their website, www.warpjp.com. To the right of the address is the company's stylized WARP logo, represented by colored boxes containing each letter. Warp, Inc. is the studio behind iconic titles like D and Enemy Zero, making this a fitting back cover following the teaser for D2 on the previous page. This page features the dating simulation RPG, Wizard's Harmony 2. It highlights the game's release on both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. The PlayStation version is announced as popular and highly rated, now on sale, while the Sega Saturn version is listed for release on December 25th, Thursday. The standard retail price for both versions is 5,500 yen, excluding tax. The main visual displays a vibrant group of anime-style characters, likely the principal cast members of the game, standing together. The page also includes details about the character voice actors and contact information for the developer, Arc System Works, and their PR contact, DreamCube. This page continues the feature on the dating simulation RPG, Wizard's Harmony 2. A large illustration showcases the main cast of characters seen on the previous page. The prominent text introduces the game's premise, stating, 5 years have passed, and the Academy is in a crisis of survival. The page details special First Press limited edition bonuses for purchasers. Those who buy the PlayStation version receive an original theme song CD, including tracks like Destiny by Haruna Ikezawa and Always Kindness by Sanae Iwamoto. Saturn buyers are treated to an original wristwatch featuring character graphics, presented as a treasure. Additionally, both versions include a survey postcard in the First Press limited edition package, and submitting this postcard will earn players a guaranteed present. The page is copyrighted by Arc System Works in 1997. This page is the table of contents for SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 45, dated December 26, 1997. At the top, you see the magazine title and issue details. The main content area lists features and games covered in this issue, along with their page numbers. The first major entry, on page P81, is a special feature titled, What Happens Next?, which discusses the 97 game scene and talks about what's next. This looks like an end-of-year wrap-up and look ahead. Following this, on page P18, there's a special report covering a list of exciting titles. These include Grandia, Even the Lost One, Shining Force 2i Scenario 1, God's War, Azel, Panzer Dragoon RPG, known internationally as Panzer Dragoon Saga, Steep Slope Sliders, Burning Rangers, White Knight Story, likely Legend of Heroes IV, A Tear of Vermilion but with a different subtitle, The Street, Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team, Angelique Duet, Arcana Strikes, Choro Q Park, Dream Generation, Love, Work, and finally Uncharted Waters Gaiden. That's quite a lineup of diverse Saturn titles. Lastly, on page P78, there's an entry titled, Come On, followed by Universal Nuts, which is likely a feature on a specific game or topic related to that title. The page also features some delightful illustrations of a character and some creature, typical of the vibrant artwork found in these magazines. This page provides a clear overview of the hot topics and major game coverage within this particular issue. This page kicks off the main content with the landmark news and information section. It acts as a guide to various features found deeper within the magazine. You'll find updates straight from Sega's top dev teams, like AM3 covering games such as Virtualon, and AM2 with their latest news. There's a strong focus on the readers too, with sections dedicated to reader mail, rankings, and even a Sega Saturn-themed comic strip. Other highlights include deep dives into specific titles like a novelization of the intense shooter Radiant Silvergun, and a look into the lore of Baroque. They also provide strategy data for simulation giants like Transport Tycoon and the ever-popular GQ Powerful Pro Baseball Ohms. Plus, expect the usual helpful sections like game reviews, the essential release schedule for upcoming titles, and reader giveaways. It's a packed page giving you a taste of all the hot topics and regular features this issue has to offer. This page brings us the wrap-up of the Digital Circus 97 tour, which concluded its run across Japan with a final event in Yokohama on November 30th. Despite facing challenging weather conditions like rain, strong winds, and cold temperatures that impacted equipment like monitors and tents, the event was a resounding success, drawing a large and enthusiastic crowd as seen in the main photo. Attendees, including dedicated Sega Saturn fans, families, and casual visitors, enjoyed various activities. A major highlight was the live voice recording session for the upcoming game Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed, where voice actors performed lines that would be used in the actual game. This generated significant excitement among the fans. The event also featured stage performances, including one by a polished circus troupe, and talk shows with developers like Warp's Kenji Izuka, whose candid discussions further energized the audience. The overall atmosphere was one of intense passion, making it a truly memorable finale. Additionally, the page includes a section promoting the Sega Partners Fan Club, announcing that recruitment is still open. They highlight the benefits of joining, such as receiving trial versions of the latest games, and encourage interested fans to apply. It's clear Sega was focused on connecting with its fan base through both large-scale events and dedicated community programs. This page highlights a couple of key events from the Sega world. The top section covers a private show held at Sega's Tokyo headquarters, showcasing their new arcade lineup for 9798. The focus was on exciting new AM titles like Harley-Davidson, Get Bass, Ski Champ, and All Japan Pro Wrestling. The Harley-Davidson game was clearly a standout, with a real motorcycle displayed to emphasize the game's realism. Beyond traditional video games, Sega also showcased over 10 different machines from their popular Making Club series, demonstrating their diverse approach to the arcade market. Images capture the show floor, featuring various cabinets including crane games and shooters like Zero Gunner, along with notable figures from Sega and All Japan Pro Wrestling. The lower part of the page announces a major online tournament for Puyo Puyo Sun, dubbed Ichi ni Puyo Puyo Sun. This nationwide competition was held over the SegaNet and X-Band services, allowing players across Japan to battle it out from their homes in a large-scale online event. Qualifiers led to a main tournament culminating in finals held at Tokyo Joytopolis. The tournament offered enticing prizes, including mini-disc players, reflecting the connected gaming scene of the era. The visuals here feature a screenshot from the game, the beloved Puyo Puyo characters, and photos showing players engaged in online matches. It's clear Sega was pushing both their arcade presence and their online network capabilities. This page is packed with diverse updates from the gaming world and beyond. We kick off with a truly unique event held at Tokyo Joyopolis, a traditional Japanese storytelling performance, or rakugo, themed around purikura, those popular photo sticker booths. It seems this blend of old and new entertainment created quite a buzz. There's also a cool promotion where you could win a PHS phone featuring SEGA Saturn characters. 50 winners were selected, and the phones came in stylish silver or rose metallic colors, possibly tying into popular Saturn series like Sakura Wars. Next up, the survival horror title Virus, which originated on Saturn, is getting video and laserdisc releases on December 21st. This is a solid move to bring the game's world and story to a wider audience beyond the console itself. There was even an event featuring staff involved in the project. Capcom is reaching out to fans of rival schools, united by fate, known as Justice Gakuen in Japan, for a creative challenge. They're looking for lyrics and music for a school song for the game. This is a fun way to involve the community directly in the game's universe. Finally, 2 new Neo Geo Bowl locations are opening up. One in Chiba Hamano on December 12th, and another in Fukui on December 20th. These spots combine bowling with amusement game centers, offering a dual dose of fun. The bottom text also briefly mentions the 97 Magician of the Year event. This page leads off with a significant charity project related to the Hanshin Great Earthquake. Voice actors have come together for a charity CD release called Mafuyu no Nagareboshi, and associated events to support relief efforts. Next up, fans of the dating sim Kakyusei, Underclassmate, have a special Valentine's Day event to look forward to on February 14th at the Kudan Kaikan in Tokyo. We also see the announcement for a new portable game called Hoshi no Aini, Aini of the Star. It seems this device lets you interact directly with the character Aini. For anime fans, the classic robot series Invincible Superman Daytarn 3 is getting an anticipated release on Laserdisc, including a special memorial box set. As a bonus, there's a campaign offering original telephone cards to commemorate the launch. The lower half of the page features various music releases. We see albums for the fighting game, Last Bronx radio drama, the dating sim, Tokimeki Memorial Vocal Series, and a collection from Konami's esteemed sound team, the Konami Kukeha Club. There's also a tribute album to T-Rex and Mark Bolan, a music release from the band Metro Farce, an album from singer Midori Karashima, and a CD from voice actor Junko Iwao related to her internet radio show, potentially featuring other voice talents. This page presents the weekly software sales ranking for the SEGA Saturn. It's the place to check out what games are currently flying off the shelves. Taking the top spot this week is the brand new release, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. This fighting game powerhouse from Capcom, which benefits significantly from the 4MB RAM cart, exploded onto the scene, selling over 100,000 units in its debut week. Right behind it at number 2 is Sega's own Sega Touring Car Championship, another new entry proving popular with racing fans. Holding strong from previous weeks are titles like J.League Jikusaka Soccer Club, Otsukuru 2, Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, and Lunar. Silver Star Story Complete, showing these games continue to have appeal. Other games in the top 15 include the new RPG/adventure Bluebreaker, Ken Yori Mohohemi O, a unique art book software titled Makoto Illustrations, the dating sim rifle Laifu Anata ni Deetai, and the tactical card game Coldcept, noted for its depth. It's a solid mix of genres, with fighting games and new releases dominating the top, but with several established hits maintaining their sales momentum. The next page dives into what players are hoping for on the SEGA Saturn and what's hot in the arcades. First, the user data top 20 lists games Saturn owners wish would be ported to the system. Topping the list are titles like the Evangelion game, D's Dinner Table 2, Pocket Fighter, Street Fighter 2i, and popular RPG series like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. There's discussion about the potential for high-quality 2D fighting game ports thanks to the 4MB RAM cartridge, with games like Vampire Savior 2 and Super Real Mahjong PV2 shown with estimated chances of porting. Below that, the Shop Data Top 15 gives us a look at the most popular games currently in arcades. The top spots are held by major hitters like Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Virtua Striker 2, and Tekken 3. Other strong performers include Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Street Fighter 2i Second Impact, and The Last Blade, showing a mix of fighting, sports, and mech action dominating the scene. A featured game this week is the Harley-Davidson and L.A. Riders arcade machine, highlighted for its immersive racing experience. Additionally, the Last Blade and Hanagumi Taisen columns are spotlighted with screenshots, indicating their popularity in the arcade circuit. This page captures the anticipation for future Saturn releases, alongside the current arcade trends. The SEGA Saturn user data, top 30 ranking, showcases highly anticipated upcoming games. Grandia holds the top spot with 452 points, closely followed by Sakura Wars 2 and Eve the Lost One. The chart includes various genres, with titles like Super Robot Wars Final Chapter and Panzer Dragoon Saga also highly ranked. Burning Rangers, in rapid development, is featured at number 13, hinting at a new character. The Other Check, Coming Soon section highlights Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and the highly anticipated sequel, Riven, the sequel to Myst. The rankings reflect the excitement surrounding the upcoming releases. This page presents the Allsoft Readers Check, a weekly reader participation ranking of currently released SEGA Saturn games. Readers vote and rate titles out of 10, with the average score determining the rankings. The ranking shown here, Odds Table Saturn A, is based on votes received as of December 12th, covering all 843 released Saturn titles up to that point. Devil Summoner. Soul Hackers holds the top position with an astonishing average score of 9.9126, having set a new record for the highest score in the history of this ranking last week. Dead or Alive is firmly in second place, followed closely by Coldcept in third, forming a formidable top 3. A notable new entry, J-League Pro Soccer Club Wo Sukuru 2, debuts strongly at fourth place. While it couldn't quite break into the dominant top 3, the commentary notes its high quality and hints that it could be a strong contender in future rankings. Screenshots feature Soul Hackers and J-League Pro Soccer Club Wo Sukuru 2. The page emphasizes the impressive strength of the top-ranked games and the excitement surrounding new releases impacting the chart. This page continues the reader ranking, presenting the lower half of the Odds Table Saturn B list, covering games ranked from 204 downwards based on reader votes. The main focus shifts to a detailed introduction of several new software titles. Let's Make a J-League Professional Soccer Club 2 is prominently featured, receiving a high average score of 9.4736 from readers and 9.0 from the magazine staff. Readers are highly anticipating the sequel, finding improvements in gameplay length and naturalness, making it enjoyable to play repeatedly. It's noted as being very similar to the first game, but more accessible for newcomers due to easier wins. Screenshots show gameplay and menus. Also highlighted is Amok, a unique overseas 3D shooter. Readers give it a 7.8 average score, magazine 6.0. The underwater setting is praised as fresh, and the overall game, including graphics, system, and balance, is well refined. Screenshots show the sci-fi underwater environments, Phantasm, an adventure game, scores 7.0769, magazine 6.33. Its rough visuals are seen as enhancing the horror atmosphere, and the voice acting is natural. It's described as feeling like an unsettling movie, although some illogical elements typical of ADV games are noted. Screenshots display eerie scenes and character portraits. 2 other new games are briefly introduced. Mahou Gakuen Luna, a Magic School RPG with a reader score of 6.4, magazine 6.66, and Mahjong Gakuen Sai, a Mahjong game with a reader score of 6.25, magazine 5.0. Screenshots accompany these smaller introductions. This page continues the reader ranking list with the Odds Table Saturn C, presenting games ranked from 302 down to 501. A game highlighted in red at rank 410 is Phantasm, noted as recommended for ages 18+. The list covers a wide variety of genres, from action and RPGs to puzzles and simulation games, showing the diverse tastes of the readers. To the right, a section discusses recent ranking changes and advises caution before purchasing certain hot topic software. It mentions that this week saw relatively few large ranking fluctuations. The text highlights Layer Section 2, known internationally as Galactic Attack, which advanced into the A rank, and also brings up T formula for attention. The image next to this text shows a screenshot of a Formula 1 style racing game, presumably TWUNT formula. The text notes, Galactic Attack advanced 47 ranks to 272nd place. This page focuses on the odds table Saturn D, ranking games from 581 to 654, with a featured review of Super Robot Wars. F. Manami Namikawa awards the game an 8.33, while readers rated it 9.3646. It's highlighted as the Saturn's biggest hit of the year, despite being incomplete and dropping from the #1 spot. The review lauds the game's faithfulness to its source anime, emphasizing its strong pilot presence, sound design, and scenario writing. Anticipation is high for the final chapter, with speculation on plot points and the inclusion of mechs like Ideon and Gunbuster. Reader comments praise the cast, system, and story, while acknowledging the incomplete state. A developer's message apologizes for the incompleteness but encourages fans, particularly those familiar with anime like Evangelion and Gundam. Additional mentions cover a race between other games in the rankings, and an editorial check that discusses a demo version featuring artwork of chibi robots. This page previews several upcoming SEGA Saturn games, offering initial impressions and average scores. It features previews for Satoru no Shima Monogatari, an ADV/RPG with a unique worldview scoring 7.0, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, a fighting game requiring the 4 MB RAM cartridge praised for its arcade-perfect feel and smooth performance, scoring a high 9.33, Sega Touring Car Championship, a racing game with improved handling but mixed reception on graphics and game design, scoring 6.33, and Refrain Love, a simulation game noted for its fresh characters despite some issues with parameters in movies, scoring 6.66. The page also includes a ranking of Sega Saturn peripherals based on reader feedback, listing various controllers and accessories with their average scores. In the general review section, the commentary highlights the strong level of Saturn software being released towards the end of the year, and discusses the dynamics of the game rankings, mentioning specific titles and speculating on potential dark horses for the top spot. There is a significant section dedicated to reader participation, inviting submissions for game reviews and predictions. This includes contests to predict the initial ranking of the upcoming game Yuno, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Edge of the World, and the average reader score for Sonic R, with examples of how to submit entries. Winners from previous prediction contests are also mentioned. Finally, the page announces this week's special prizes for participants, offering sets of peripherals and a desired game. This page is a major strategy feature for the highly anticipated RPG Grandia, presented as a pre-release guide just 6 days before its December 18th launch on the Sega Saturn. Published by Game Arts and Especially, this 2-disc title costing 7,800 yen was generating significant buzz, perfectly captured by the character illustration conveying a festival state of excitement. The focus here is on providing a thorough guide for the early stages of the game, promising to cover everything from map layouts and item/enemy lists to crucial events. The magazine aims to be a shadow Bible for players, covering the initial journey from Parm Town all the way to the church in New Parm. A valuable part of the feature is the useful strategy flowchart, which visually lays out the game's progression through its early locations across the Old Continent, Sea, and New Continent. Each location is linked to a specific page number within this feature, guiding players step by step. The guide covers key areas like Markana Road, Salt Ruins, Leak Mines, the Voyage and Ghost Ships, New Parm Port, Merrill Road, Fina's House, and the New Parm Underground Waterway, promising more content in the next issue. The page also includes a look at the world map and a detailed view of Parm Town. This is clearly designed to give players a head start and ensure they don't miss anything important right from the beginning. This guide focuses on Parm Town, the starting area of Grandia. It details essential early game steps for Justin, including the Gant confrontation. Players must acquire the pot, club, tent peg, shield, and spirit sword. The sword requires a key found near the pubs. After the battle, the guide covers the Seagull Inn scene with Justin's mother and the museum visit, culminating in a letter of introduction for the Salt Ruins. The guide also encourages optional side quests, like delivering a letter and retrieving a brooch, offering rewards. It includes information on the town's shop and available items. Screenshots highlight key locations and characters. A flowchart illustrates the progression path. The overall aim is to help players efficiently navigate the initial stages of the game. This page guides you through the early areas of Grandia, starting with Maruto Road, the grassland area after leaving Parm Town. It's primarily a place to get comfortable with the battle system against weak enemies, and to pick up some basic items like healing herbs and money. The guide highlights using the bird's eye view icon, essentially your minimap or dungeon radar, to orient yourself. Next up are the Salt Ruins, described as the game's first proper dungeon experience, introducing traps and interactive action icons that react with a sound when you approach them, often triggering events or puzzles. While Garofal soldiers are present in the initial area, they won't engage you, allowing exploration. The guide points out important items like the ceremonial sword to boost axe skills, and stresses the critical need to save before the event at the face rock and the fight against the rockbird, as there are no save points until after these encounters. The enemies here include baby bats, slugs, and the formidable rockbird. The page also features character art of Lean and screenshots showcasing action icons and scenes within the ruins. This page continues the guide for Grandia, detailing how to navigate the ancient passage within the Salt ruins to reach the Room of Illusions. After passing the face rock door, you face a branching path leading to a turntable puzzle. The guide explains the required sequence of stepping on the turntable from either the blue or green path to align the walkway and proceed. Solving this puzzle leads you to the Room of Illusions, triggering an event where you meet Lean. The guide notes that on the return trip, you'll encounter Mullen, and while conversation choices are available, the overall outcome remains the same. The page also focuses on the boss encounter with the rockbird, which awaits you near the face rock on your way back. This boss has 230 horsepower, and the guide suggests that using /2 or 3 times might defeat it in about 6 turns. Be wary of its special attacks, Stone Feather, and the particularly damaging Flame Orb. Maps for Salt Ruins B1 and B2 are provided, highlighting obtainable items such as the Rune Ring, Shiny Shoes, Old Armor, Dynamite, and the Ceremonial Stone Axe, along with save points and bird's eye view icons. A side panel shows the world map, confirming the quick trip back to Palmtown from the Salt Ruins, though enemies you previously defeated will have reappeared. This page continues the guide for Grandia, focusing on the Liquay Mines section of the journey. After returning from the Salt Ruins, the party seeks out an adventurer named Jin in Palmtown, who is rumored to have a ferry pass needed for their travels. The guide details the initial attempts to find Jin at the local pub, the obstacle preventing entry, and the subsequent trip to Jin's house by train. Screenshots show these interactions, including Justin trying to get into the pub and the eventual meeting with Jin. Jin agrees to give the party his ferry pass, but only if they can successfully defeat the powerful monsters residing in the Liquay Mine. The guide emphasizes the unique challenge of the Liquay Mine, warning players that its vast, open layout is less like a traditional maze and can easily cause disorientation due to a lack of prominent landmarks. Players are strongly encouraged to use their compass frequently to confirm their direction and avoid getting lost. A map of the first floor of the Liquay Mine is provided, showing the layout, points of interest, and locations of obtainable items such as grenades, rubber boots, herbs, various amounts of gold, and a rusty sword, as well as a bird's eye view icon. The page also features character artwork, likely depicting the adventurer, Jin. This guide section details the challenges within Grandia's Liquay Mine. Players must navigate by making daring jumps, using action icons to overcome apparent dead ends. The mine is populated by various enemies, including orcs, which are particularly tough due to their high HP and attack power. Avoid prolonged battles, retreat and heal when needed. The guide also provides strategies for the Orc King boss fight. It recommends first defeating the surrounding regular orcs to reduce the number of attacks and prevent IP gauge interruptions. A map of Liquay Mine 2F is included, highlighting item locations like grenades, an orc shield, and a miner's hammer, among others. It also marks bird's eye viewpoints and save points. Screenshots visually demonstrate gameplay strategies. This page covers the journey from the Old Continent to the New Continent in Grandia, starting after the Liquay Mine. The path takes you from the port of Parm to the passenger ship, then the ghost ship, leading eventually to the port and town of New Parm. Initially, the sea voyage isn't easy for Justin, who finds himself working as an apprentice sailor. However, the trip includes a fun deck-cleaning minigame, where skillful play can earn you rewards. The big event on this voyage is meeting the adventure girl Fina. Their journey is interrupted when a mysterious ghost ship appears and attacks the passenger vessel. Justin, Sue, and Fina team up to sneak onto the ghost ship to uncover its secrets. Fina proves to be a capable adventurer, even using fire magic, making her a valuable addition to the party. The guide provides maps for navigating the ghost ship's areas, including the hold, the bottom of the ship, and the treasure room. These maps point out key locations and items like money and healing items, as well as features like ropes to climb and holes leading to lower decks, helping players explore this haunted dungeon and unravel the mystery. This page continues the guide through the ghost ship in Grandia, presenting maps for the lower deck, middle deck, and the main hall. Each map highlights key item locations, where you can find useful things like healing items, money, and even a pirate hat and a mana egg. The text describes the ship's interior as having poor visibility due to fog and cluttered structures, making navigation tricky, but suggests using camera controls to help find your way. Enemies like ghosts, which can appear unexpectedly from the mist, and sea gillies are shown patrolling the decks. The main focus shifts to the boss battle against the challenging Squid King. The guide emphasizes that this boss attacks not only with its central body but also its two tentacles. The key strategy recommended is using critical attacks to cancel the boss's moves, especially its suck-in attack, which gathers your party for an area attack. It also highlights a powerful attack called Final Weapon Laser Eye, which targets party members directly in front of the body and should be avoided. Prioritizing the tentacles is advised. This page moves the Grandia guide forward, taking you from the ghost ship to the new continent and the town of New Parm. Upon arriving at New Parm port after a lengthy voyage, Justin and Sue are excited by the new sights, while Fina, returning home, quickly departs. The port features a lively market, though the guide suggests there isn't much of immediate use to buy. The Adventurers Society Information Center here is noted for its unenthusiastic staff, who simply direct you to the main branch in town. The guide then covers New Parm town itself, located just north of the port. It's described as a useful town with shops and a hotel. Fina is apparently quite the celebrity here, even having a poster at the Adventurers Society. Justin visits the society with a letter from his mother, only to find the chairman has passed away, and his son, Pecon, has taken over, setting up future conflict that Justin and party will face. Key locations highlighted include the Adventurers Hat Hotel, offering lodging, save points, and storage, and the New Parm Church. The guide notes the church becomes important later, when rescuing Finana from Pecon, and points out a strange priest. It also mentions a hidden entrance via an underground storage area that connects to the church. You can also talk to the various townspeople for stories and information. The page confirms the next destination after New Parm is Merrill Road. Pecon, the new head of the Adventurers Society in New Parm, demands all adventurers join his group, boasting he's the manliest and threatening those who defy him, including those who approach Fina, whom he claims as his fiancée. Players can learn and level magic at the Adventurer's shop. Starting with fire for Fina, Justin and Sue can purchase and level up fire, earth, water, and wind attributes. Repeated use of these unlocks stronger spells, and combining attributes creates new magic. A map reveals locations around the Adventurers Society, including Pecan's Bar, an item buyer's shop for adults, the Adventurers Society, Clara's house, and the Adventurer's shop. The shop sells weapons, fruit knife, great sword, armor, bamboo armor, items, snake earrings, smelling salts, and magic attributes. This page dives into the treacherous Merrill Road, or MT Aldine as it's known internationally, on the journey to reach Fina's house. Following the confrontation with Pecon at the Adventurers Society in New Parm, Justin and the party must traverse this winding mountain path. The text emphasizes the need to prepare properly in town before setting out. The map highlights key points along the route, indicating treasure locations containing items like gold, 120 grams, 240 grams, 40 grams, 40 grams, 740 grams, snake earrings, a mana egg, and a bird's eye icon. The guide also details the enemies encountered here: the giant spider, the chocobo-like cuckoo bird, and the road snake. Giant spiders and road snakes use poison, so having antidotes is recommended. Finally, the page covers the arrival at Fina's house after the mountain road. It recounts a surprising visit from Pecon, who attempts to force Fina into marriage, even bringing bodyguards. A screenshot depicts this scene with Pecon threatening to revoke Fina's adventurer's pass if she refuses. This section highlights the ongoing conflict with Pecon and the immediate challenge awaiting the party upon reaching their destination. This page dives into the underground waterway, the path Justin and Sue must take to rescue Fina from Pecon in New Parm. After Pecon kidnapped Fina from her house, he took her here, and the guide explains that the entrance is hidden behind the church in town. The underground waterway is described as not overly complex, but requires clever use of the floodgates, marked A, B, and C on the map, to drain areas and proceed or find hidden items. The importance of manipulating these gates is highlighted, showing how water levels reveal new paths or make submerged items accessible. The page details the items found here, including valuable resources like a mana egg, essential for learning magic, along with equipment like the turtle shell shield and iron mace, plus various amounts of gold. The guide stresses the significance of getting the mana egg early to build magic proficiency for easier battles ahead. The map illustrates the layout and key points, while screenshots demonstrate the floodgate mechanic in action. This section covers the vital next step in the main quest, combining dungeon exploration with puzzle-solving elements. This page continues the journey through Grandia, detailing the area after the underground waterway and the dramatic events inside the church. After navigating the waterway, the path leads out into an area where enemies like the splitting hedron, mud jelly, and moss snail are encountered, with strategies given for earning experience efficiently by using area magic like Van Flame against enemies like hedron that multiply. Exiting the waterway leads to a dead end, where using an action icon on the wall reveals a hidden passage to a storage-like area and a save point, a crucial checkpoint before the unfolding events. The narrative then shifts to the church interior, accessed by climbing to the ceiling. From above, Justin and Sue witness Fina being forced into a wedding ceremony by Pacon, who has tied her up. The guide notes the disturbing sight and Pacon's intentions. The page also provides general mid-boss battle advice, emphasizing using critical attacks when enemies are preparing skills to interrupt them and push back their turn gauge. Area magic like Von Flame is highlighted as essential. Specifically, it introduces Mr. Chan, a martial artist acting as a boss, who uses powerful physical attacks. Defeating him is necessary to stop the wedding. Another boss, the Icaros King, is mentioned, known for pulling characters in and using laser attacks, requiring defensive tactics. Strategic positioning, like keeping Sue with her lower HP in the back, is advised for battles. This page presents a comprehensive list of enemies encountered in the early stages of Grandia, providing essential data for each. The list includes details such as maximum HP, experience gained, and gold dropped per enemy, based on progressing through the game's scenario with standard equipment. The roster features a variety of foes from different early locations. You'll find common creatures like Maruna Penton, giant centipedes, baby bats, and slimes encountered early on the Marcana Road and in the Salt Ruins. Deeper areas like the Salt Ruins basement and Lek Mines introduce tougher enemies such as rockbirds, spiders, orcs, and the boss-class Orc King, noted for its fire breath attack. The list continues, with creatures found in later initial areas, including the Aminar and Sea Jelly from the Ghost Ship, and the Hedron, Mud Jelly, and Moss Snail from the New Palm Underground Waterway. Finally, it covers significant bosses like the Icaros King, detailed with its separate right gen and main body parts and their distinct attacks, and Mr. Chan, the formidable martial artist boss encountered in the New Palm Church. The descriptions provide hints about their special abilities and typical locations, offering valuable preparation for these early game challenges. The next page dives into the itemization of Grandia, presenting a comprehensive list of gear you'll acquire from the very start of your journey right through to the New Palm Church. It breaks down early game items into weapons and accessories. The weapons section highlights essential gear that boosts your attack power and helps you progress your weapon skills, featuring various blunt weapons, blades, and ranged options suitable for the initial areas. The accessories section covers items that offer more than just stat boosts, providing helpful effects like resistances to status ailments, or influencing the flow of combat by affecting the IP gauge. While accessories are scarce early on, they offer unique strategic advantages. Screenshots demonstrate the combat interface and an example of equipping an accessory to show its specific effect, emphasizing how finding and utilizing these items is a crucial part of mastering the game's early challenges. This guide to Grandia's items covers 3 key categories: defense gear, normal items, and event items. Defense gear lists armor, shields, and accessories, detailing their defense values and special effects, with examples like the safety helmet and air sneakers. Normal items focuses on consumables, including healing items like wound salve and status cures, along with offensive items and stat-boosting items like the mana egg. Event items are unique, plot-related items obtained once, essential for progressing the story. Examples include keys, letters, and plot-critical items such as the Spirit Stone, all crucial for advancing the narrative. This page dives into the mystery of the game, Even the Lost One, focusing on newly revealed characters and further details about the story. It updates players following the previous introduction, highlighting that the initially presented incident escalates into a serial murder case. The content reveals that the story involves elements like terrorism and a secret corporate project, suggesting the plot goes beyond a simple explosion. The investigation leads to a key witness, who becomes the second victim, and the culprit is described as acting swiftly, and not just fleeing, but also attacking the investigator, indicating professional-level actions. The page features character art of the protagonist, Kyoko Kirino, and a portrait of another significant male character. It also includes images that appear to be related to the game's themes, such as scientific diagrams and what looks like a game development screen, described as showing a deep sea-like tone. The overall tone of the content emphasizes the unfolding mystery and the dangerous nature of the case the protagonists are facing. This page continues the deep dive into the mystery of Eve the Lost One, following up on the bombing incident introduced previously. Titled, "And Another Protagonist," the page features striking character art of a male character, suggesting he is the second main character alongside Kyoko Kirino. The text elaborates on the plot, detailing Kyoko's first major assignment, investigating the mysterious death of Yasuo Seno, a researcher at the Mochizuki Research Institute, who is identified here as the initial victim. An image captured by a surveillance camera shows Seno shortly before his death, prompting speculation that his actions, or what the camera recorded, could hold vital clues to the escalating serial murder case. The narrative confirms that the grand story begins with this investigation into Seno's fate. Additional details about the game are provided, confirming it as a multi-site adventure. It is scheduled for release on March 12, 1998, priced at an estimated 7,800 yen, and will be spread across 4 quadrants. It's recommended for all ages, and published by Imadio. The page also includes a small image of the game's box art, and a close-up of a vintage rotary phone, adding to the game's thematic elements. This page continues our look into Eve the Lost One, immediately hitting you with a major plot twist. The second protagonist is the culprit. You play not only as the investigator, Kyoko Kirino, who is now deeply involved in the serial murder case stemming from the initial bombing incident, but also as the invisible culprit, known only as Snake. The game utilizes the unique multi-site system, running both Kyoko's investigation arc and Snake's criminal arc simultaneously from distinct viewpoints. This complex structure allows you to experience the story from both sides, revealing secrets and hidden motivations of characters that Kyoko interacts with, making anyone a potential suspect. As Snake, you are the one committing the crimes, but even the player won't fully know the culprit's true identity or motives at first, adding a thrilling layer of mystery. The page features character art of Kyoko and a silhouette representing the enigmatic Snake, whose identity, possibly even a woman disguised as a man, is a central puzzle to solve. The interwoven narratives of the two arcs, where progress in one is tied to actions in the other, is highlighted as the core of the game's enjoyment, building towards a single, massive event. This system was also a key feature of the previous game, even Burst Error, and is integral to the gameplay here. This page delves deeper into the cast of Eve the Lost One, posing the question, are the culprits among these people? It explains that the case unfolds in a mysterious situation, where every character is shrouded in enigma. While simple deduction might not reveal the culprit, the story's main characters could potentially include Snake. The page presents profiles for several key individuals. We see Koji Sakuraba, an All-Tile Corporation employee, described as supporting President Kudo. There's Reina Kudo, the daughter of the company president, and a half-American, who appears strong despite her appearance, and is worried about her mother. Natsumi Sugita is another All-Tile Corporation employee working at a display area. She was unharmed in the bombing incident, but was injured, and meets and becomes friendly with Kyoko during the investigation. Masao Mochizuki is the director of Mochizuki Biology Research Institute, conducting secret research. His behavior regarding visitors has changed recently. Yuji Enokuni is a high school student working part-time at Genesis SeaWorld, carrying a laptop in his backpack and skilled at hacking, though he is reluctant to talk about it. Finally, Kaiko Kudo is the beautiful former secretary who married the president and became the new president after his death. She is noted for attracting media attention but recently hasn't been doing well in business. The page hints that behind their seemingly ordinary exteriors, some actions might hide hidden meanings, fueling the mystery of who Snake could be among these individuals. This page continues introducing characters from the adventure game Eve the Lost One. It features Sakuraba Ayano, a female university student working part-time at Genesis SeaWorld. Trusted by the director, she has free access to the research facility and is one of its staff members. She appears calm and cute, but becomes surprisingly talkative when discussing dolphins. Her profile lists her as 19 years old, 156 centimeters tall, and 52 kilograms. She keeps a dolphin at the aquarium named Marble, An Irrawaddy dolphin characterized by its spots, which is rare in typical aquariums. Marble is small, friendly, and its cries, resembling ultrasound, are said to play a significant role in the story's progression. Ayano claims she can communicate with Marble, and considers herself the only person who can. She is also the junior of the murdered researcher, Seto Usuke, from university, and is said to be deeply saddened by his death. The page includes character illustrations of Ayano, and screenshots featuring her, the director, Masao Mochizuki, and Yuji Enokuni within the game's settings, likely related to the Genesis SeaWorld facility. This page reintroduces Mariana Huju, a memorable protagonist from the previous game, Even Burst Error. Years after the events of the knife-wielding assassination case, Mariana returns with a new look, having cut her hair, and appears more mature. She has retired from her role as an active Public Safety Division investigator and is now an instructor, providing special training to new recruits, including one of the main characters in Even the Lost One. Despite her tough reputation, she is a figure people rely on. Her return is shrouded in mystery. She suddenly resigned 3 years prior and went overseas, and now her presence seems to trigger significant events, with people connected to a character named Iwakiri dying or disappearing after she pursues them. The page features striking character illustrations of Mariana showcasing various expressions, and a screenshot with her dialogue. Her profile lists her as a JCIA, Public Safety Division, employee, around 30 years old, standing 167 centimeters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, with notable measurements. This page focuses on the simulation RPG Shining Force 2I. The headline highlights the theme of 3 fates beginning to gather, setting the stage for the interconnected scenarios of the game. The story section explains the initial plot. Representatives from the Republic Army, led by Benefrime, attend a peace conference but are framed for kidnapping the Emperor. The Republic Army is then hunted. As they escape, they witness an imposter Benefrime abducting the Emperor but are held back by cultists. The pursuit begins to prove their innocence. The page also provides details on enemy units encountered in a particular battle, including bats, masked cultists, and Saraban Knights, along with their stats and combat notes. A section on reinforcements is also included, indicating they appear based on reaching certain points or turns. Screenshots showcase the tactical battle map view and character portraits like Spiritus, a female general. The page confirms the game is a simulation RPG, released in December 1997, and supports 1 player. This page delves deeper into the world of Shining Force 2I's Scenario 1, focusing on the town of Balsamo and key battle areas. The top section features an illustration and text, possibly related to Synbios and the Profound Army, perhaps discussing motivations for joining forces. In Balsamo, players can acquire a variety of items, including standard weapons like bronze knives, steel swords, and spears, along with consumables like herbs, antidotes, angel's wings for quick travel, and power wine to boost attack. The map of Balsamo highlights key locations, such as the weapon shop, item shop, church, inn/tavern, and the village chief's house, as well as houses belonging to notable characters like Adventurer Duncan and the former treasure hunting couple. An important item, the map of the hill ruins, is also mentioned as obtainable here. The page then details 2 battle scenarios, Dwarf's Valley and Dwarf's Hill. Dwarf's Valley presents enemies like snipers, worms, dark mages, skavens, and bats, providing tactical notes for each unit type. Similarly, Dwarf's Hill features some of the same enemies, with added threat from a bandit leader and thieves. The strategy for Dwarf's Hill focuses on the boss fight, suggesting tactics to surround the boss and manage the sniper threats, highlighting the first fight where capturing the boss alive is possible. The importance of exploring the ruins afterward with remaining party members is noted. The page also mentions obtaining items like healing drops and gold coins from enemies. This page continues the journey in Shining Force 2Y's, moving into Chapter 2 and the town of Railroad. The top illustration shows the town with a train heading for the imperial capital, setting the scene for the next leg of the adventure. The town map details various points of interest, including the standard weapon and item shops, a church, inn, the station, and residential areas. Players can find standard gear in the shops, along with some special finds like mithril silver and a map of the Blue Ruins. The main focus shifts to the battle scenario at the freight depot, described as a dual battle with front and back routes. The front route is straightforward, while the back route involves navigating through a hidden path inside a box, offering different items and barrels, but potentially taking longer. The page provides data on the enemies encountered: dark mages, snipers, bardmen, Skaven, and goblins, along with tactical notes for fighting each type. Victory conditions for the battle involve rescuing a female monk and defeating enemies on the front path. The key character introduced is Eileen, the female monk who joins the force upon rescue. She is highlighted as a versatile unit who quickly learns special moves, and her stats are detailed. Items like the Blessing of Rain and Healing Drop can be found in the battle area. This page continues the adventure in Shining Force CD, focusing on the battles encountered around the railroad switching point. It details the map and enemy data for these scenarios. The first section covers the initial battle near the point, listing enemy types such as snipers, Destonia soldiers, bardmen, empire mages, priests, thieves, and goblins, alongside a captain boss. The map illustrates the layout and enemy placements. The page then introduces Julian, a potential ally found in Railroad. He joins the party on the North Plain and is heading towards the Republic, bringing a new unit to the force. Key items like the goddesses Tyr and Protect Ring are also highlighted. The focus shifts to a critical switching point battle, where the main objective is to save refugees fleeing the Empire. This section provides data on enemies encountered here, including dwarves, snipers, Destonia soldiers, another boss, a gendarme captain, and crucially, details the refugees unit, explaining their fragile state and the need for concentrated attacks on the boss to protect them. The narrative reveals the party's attempt to board a train is thwarted, leading them to the switching point guided by Julian. Here, they are discovered by pursuing gendarmes, and the refugees are found. General Valiant arrives and threatens the refugees, forcing the party into a difficult decision before the sudden appearance of a new enemy. This battle emphasizes tactical planning to protect the vulnerable refugees while engaging the enemy forces. This page focuses on a Gisel, Panzer Dragoon RPG, known internationally as Panzer Dragoon Saga. It's the 6th installment in the story introduction series. The article details the next critical stage of Edge's journey. After separating from Gash, he has tracked Kramen's fleet to a restricted zone, managing to navigate the defense systems despite difficulty. However, waiting above was the mysterious Black Fleet. The upcoming clash is against Kramen's fleet itself. The forces arrayed against Edge include induced battlecruisers and a large aerial battleship. Even Arwen, commanding Kramen's fleet, is reportedly terrified by the appearance of Edge's dragon. The Black Fleet is described as possessing unknown technology derived from ancient civilizations, adding another layer of threat. The main text emphasizes the strategic challenge of this battle, which pits Edge and his dragon against Kramen's flagship and escorts. It suggests the battle will test Edge's accumulated experience and asks whether he will finally achieve his revenge. Screenshots depict intense aerial combat sequences against large enemy vessels. A special report indicates the game is 95% complete. This guide provides strategies for defeating Kramen's fleet in Panzer Dragoon Saga, focusing on the guided battlecruisers and the aerial battleship. Against the battlecruisers, anticipate missile volleys and use berserk attacks for swift victories. The aerial battleship utilizes similar tactics. Two combat styles are presented: offensive, prioritizing mobility and continuous attacks, and skill-based, focusing on defense and powerful berserk one-shot kills, requiring BP management. Recovering BP is crucial for the skill-based style. Destroying the fleet is necessary to progress to the Atolm Dragon battle, with a potential appearance by a figure from the game's opening. The article also hints at a mysterious event involving a woman, Arwen, and a flash of light, adding to the game's intrigue. Screenshots showcase the battle interface and enemy ships. This page is a special feature focusing on the offensive creatures encountered in Akazel. Panzer Dragoon RPG, known internationally as Panzer Dragoon Saga. It introduces the concept of these creatures as artificial life forms created in the old world, primarily used as weapons. The article explains there are two main types: pure strain creatures that maintain their original form and abilities, and mutated species which have gone wild over thousands of years, losing their original purpose. This feature focuses on the latter, the mutated species. The page details several different types of these mutated creatures, organizing them by where they appear in the game world. We see creatures encountered early on, such as the flying Kulia and Chambri, along with Tricola and Melicola. It then moves to creatures found in specific regions, like the Chambri's nest in the Valley region, described as having flying abilities, and a symbiotic relationship with young Chambry. Creatures of the Goril Desert are also shown, including the core creature Seymour, Toshop, Angsty, and Bukui, highlighting their resilience in the harsh environment and group behavior. Finally, a creature from the Forbidden Zone, the Velok, is introduced, noted for being part of the area's automated defense system. The page provides images and brief descriptions of these various enemy types, giving players insight into the foes they will face throughout their journey. This page continues the deep dive into the artificial life forms of Panzer Dragoon Saga, focusing specifically on the more powerful boss-class mutated creatures. These are creatures that have run wild over the millennia, some seemingly regaining lost combat prowess. Featured here are some of the most memorable foes you'll face. First, the Haiga, a fierce beast from the Goril Desert, noted as the female counterpart to the smaller Haishu, apparently gaining its transformation abilities by consuming the male. Next is Beimos, the massive boss of the excavation site in the valley region, distinguished as the largest of these creatures, and capable of flight, with a heavily armored head. We also see the can-heeled dragon, known to fans of the original Panzer Dragoon as the Kulia. This article intriguing describes it as the weakened end stage of a once powerful dragon, now mainly found near water. From the Sand Sea comes Zeus, a truly immense creature resembling a floating island that hides beneath the sand, capable of overwhelming even the Empire's warships. Finally, the article previews Tal Barney, a powerful mutated species found in ruins, suggesting further challenging encounters later in the adventure. The feature concludes with a preview for the next issue, promising an introduction to various supporting characters in the game, both those allied with Edge and those serving Craymen. This page dives into Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare, marking a significant genre shift for the Tsuchipai series from its mahjong roots to a romance adventure game. The story centers around the protagonist in a town where the demon Lilim appears, putting girls to sleep. Gameplay involves exploring the town during the day to gather information and build relationships, then visiting girls at night based on the clues found. A key element is confronting Lilim herself in riddle battles. Winning these encounters is crucial to raising affection with the girls, while losing has negative consequences. The page showcases several of the game's key characters, introducing them as some of the 13 girls featured in the game. We see the series' main character, Kyoko Misaki, in her idol persona as Tsuchipai, portrayed as a justice fighter who also works at a game center. Other featured girls include Maya Mano, who runs a unique pie shop, Sayuri Kawamoto, a bunny girl at the Usagi house, and Arisu Shinohara, who transforms into the magical peach pie. The roster also includes Kotori Ninomiya, who meets the protagonist in town, and Tsukasa Ichimonji, a cyborg who transforms into lemon pie. The game promises plenty of events and beautiful graphics, with conversations between the girls also playing a role in the fun. Published by Jaleco, this 2-disc adventure was slated for a February release. Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare introduces several characters. Sane, or Cherry Pie, is gentle but high-spirited in her bondage-style costume. Harumi transforms from cosplayer to nurse, with a full nurse appearance featured. Miruku, as Milky Pie, is a rabbit-like alien and Harumi's pet. Lilim, the dream demon, also appears. Cecil, a demon in a nun's disguise, hints at a happy ending. Yuki, as Tsuchiyuki, is narcissistic and charming. Cecil retains her gentle nature, with exciting events anticipated. Miuri, a frail beauty, is recovering slowly in the hospital. The next section will introduce Miuri from Disc 2. The next page dives into the contents of Disc 2 for Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare, highlighting the return of Miuri's Room. This area allows players to enjoy conversation with Miuri while navigating through various menu options. Miuri herself introduces the 4 selectable modes available here: Sound Test, Reminiscence Mode, Extras, and Date Mode. The Sound Test mode lets you listen to the game's songs and background music, including character tracks sung by Kyukuni-chan and Kawafukun. Reminiscence mode provides access to the game's CG artwork and animations. CGS can be zoomed and scrolled, and the animations are noted for their quality. The Extras mode offers a selection of 3 simple yet engaging minigames supporting up to 4 players: Budasan, Kai Hiroi, and Mogura-san game. Additionally, Extras includes a Rest mode, featuring a song sung by Miuri to help you relax. Miuri, featured prominently in screenshots, acts as the guide throughout this section, inviting players to explore the content she's excited to share. This page delves into the Date mode within Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare. Picking up where the previous page left off discussing Miyuri's room features. This mode allows players to experience after-stories for the girls they successfully cleared on Disc 1 of the main game. You'll see the faces of all 13 girls initially, but access is limited to those you properly cleared in the main game. Advancing the story involves exploring the town and making dialogue choices, reminiscent of a traditional adventure game. The page highlights the excitement and potential success of these dates, with Miyuri expressing her nervousness for the player. Visuals are a significant draw in this mode, with the text emphasizing the abundance of CGS, including special ones unlockable only here. Like the diverse collection of character images shown, the climax of each romantic date is presented as a movie scene, adding anticipation for players eager to see how things unfold. The after-stories are available for all 13 girls, providing sweet moments to enjoy after completing their main game arcs. This page features a special report on the action game Burning Rangers. The page showcases the game's lead characters prominently at the top, alongside the title logo. A key highlight is the development progress, stated as 60% complete, with development proceeding smoothly thanks to contributions from staff who previously worked on titles like Nights into Dreams and Sonic Adventure. The report provides updates on several aspects: new visuals, specifically mentioning the opening animation; new scenes, detailing the setting of Stage 2 in a disaster-struck marine park; and a section on the voice actors involved in the game. Small screenshots show scenes from the game, including what appears to be gameplay, and an image of the voice cast. Burning Rangers is set for a winter release by SEGA, priced at 5,800 yen, and supports the multi-controller. The article conveys anticipation for the final product, promising a level of completion not seen before. The next page continues the special report on Burning Rangers, following up on the previous look at the team's dispatch, with a deep dive into the game's action sequences and opening animation. This report gives us a closer look at the intensity of the missions, detailing how collapsing structures and raging fires relentlessly impact citizens, emphasizing the peril the Burning Rangers face as they bravely leap into the chaos for rescues. Highlighting the game's presentation, the page features details on the approximately 1.5-minute-long opening animation. It's described as being professionally crafted and entirely digital, showcasing the team arriving at disaster sites and the rewarding moments of saving survivors. While Xiao and Tillis are the main characters in the game itself, the opening animation gives screen time to other key members like Reed and Big, as well as the navigator Chris. Developer comments from Sonic Team are also included, expressing their pride in the opening animation's quality, and noting that, if they had their way, it would be even longer. They confirm the main story's progression, stage layouts are finished, and they are currently adjusting elements like Chris's navigation, and polishing the overall system and gameplay for a solid final product. The next page continues the special report on Burning Rangers, focusing on the game's second stage, and introducing the voice cast. The main headline signifies the Rangers heading to a new, remote location. Stage 2 is detailed as taking place in an underwater marine park. The report mentions that underwater rescue missions present unique challenges compared to land operations, highlighting that skillfully navigating the powerful water currents will be crucial. A section contrasts Stage 1's focus on visual impact, with Stage 2's emphasis on interactive elements, based on developer comments, sparking interest in the differences between stages. The page also introduces the voice actors, noting this collaboration with professional voice talent is a new venture for Sonic Team. Featured are Hikaru Midorikawa, voicing Xiao, Yuko Miyamura, voicing Tillis, and Tomokazu Seki, voicing Reed, along with their portraits and comments. Midorikawa expresses enjoyment playing the hot-blooded protagonist Xiao. Miyamura describes Tillis as an earnest and energetic character. Seki comments that portraying the cool character Reed was challenging but ultimately rewarding. The page includes screenshots showcasing the underwater marine park environment and a glimpse of the fiery first stage. The next page continues the deep dive into Burning Rangers, specifically highlighting the underwater marine park setting of the second stage. Following up on the previous page's introduction of the Burning Rangers themselves, this page explains that the previously shown underwater scene is indeed Stage 2, emphasizing the stark contrast between land-based operations and the unique challenges of working underwater. The text notes that the team will have to skillfully use their vernier thrusters to navigate the powerful currents. The focus then shifts to introducing more of the voice cast. This page features the voice actors for Big, Chris, and one undisclosed character. Ryuzaburo Otomo voices Big, who is described as a gentle giant who loves nature and cooking, quite different from the typical tough characters Otomo often portrays. Hiroko Kasahara voices Chris, noting it was enjoyable but challenging to portray her earnest personality, especially with the difficult dialogue. A third character is Teased, voiced by Aya Hisakawa, who hints that her role is very important, especially in the anime sequences, and that the game's world is her favorite. The page includes images of the voice actors and their respective characters, alongside screenshots of the underwater environment and a burning structure, offering further glimpses into the game's distinct visual style and varied settings. The next page focuses on the SEGA Saturn port of Legend of Heroes IV, A Tear of Vermilion. It highlights the game's characters, emphasizing their strong and unique personalities. The text notes that compared to typical main characters, the cast here really stands out and appeals to the player in various ways, particularly the characters who join Julio's party. These characters make their presence known frequently, whether during combat or even simple activities like shopping. The page suggests that these character details add a significant level of immersion and make the game feel more personal. It also touches upon the world the main characters, Julio and Chris, explore, known as Tiriswheel. The report indicates it will delve into the various countries within this world and the types of people who inhabit them. Screenshots show the game's isometric perspective in towns and dungeons, featuring the expressive Chibi-style character sprites interacting in colorful environments. The page mentions the game is being published by Hudson Soft, is an RPG, comes on 2 CDs, and was scheduled for a late February 1998 release at 6,800 yen, with an 85% completion rate reported at the time. The next page continues the coverage of Legend of Heroes IV, A Tear of Vermilion, focusing on the game's impressive attention to detail in its systems and character interactions. The title proudly proclaims that the game's polish and particulars are anything but half-hearted. Highlights include the charming save-loading animation, where Julio is depicted turning pages of a book to find your saved game, giving the feeling of starting a new chapter in a story. The page also points out how each character shows their personality, even in simple actions like equipping gear. Filey, for example, tilts her head cutely, while Stella dramatically reveals the item with flair, making players smile. The shopping experience is described as user-friendly, with character reactions adding depth. Furthermore, the world features knowledge heritage through books found in houses, allowing players to gather crucial information by reading, not just advancing the plot. There's also a section dedicated to Captain Thomas, a legendary sailor Julio idolizes, whose adventures are widely read within the game's world, adding layers to the lore. The page suggests these details contribute significantly to the game's immersive quality. Legend of Heroes IV, A Tear of Vermilion takes players through diverse regions. The country of gambling, Sharnome, features the wealthy capital Dice with its large casino, attracting gamblers and contrasting with surrounding poverty. Players meet Old Man Ruli, a kind-hearted gambler, and encounter a village elder with a prophecy. Minigames like blackjack and roulette are available in the casino. Next, the adventure continues in the Guidona Kingdom, primarily the dry desert. The capital Gridnell is a hub of wealthy merchants, and the city of Baraka has a large arena. Julio and his companions are framed for a crime and jailed, but they encounter Stella, the Black Panther of the desert, who uses bomb skills to punish corrupt merchants and helps them escape. The game features screenshots showcasing these locations and character interactions. This page continues the adventure in Legend of Heroes 1/5, A Tear of Vermilion, introducing the Fente Kingdom, known for its beautiful nature surrounding Rupina's lake, and notable for having 2 kings, Eneton and Karaku. The journey leads to an encounter involving Chris and Goose, who are cursed. Julio and Shara seek help from the pharmacist Riz, whose daughter Philly is an expert in mixing medicine. However, creating the cure requires the horn of the sacred beast Algris, leading to a quest into the forest joined by Banban. Further along the path, the party meets Algrif, a wandering swordsman troubled by hunger. After being given food, he joins them, traveling together in a mutually beneficial relationship. The page also shows a mysterious woman in a black mantilla appearing in the town of Baraka, referencing the Black Panther of the desert met on the previous page. Overall, the focus is on the diverse and interesting characters encountered during the protagonist's journey. There's a small section highlighting that Banban has a homepage, which was a popular trend at the time. This page provides an in-depth look at the trial version scenarios for the Chunsoft sound novel, Machi, the City. Focusing primarily on the Thinking of Losing Weight scenario featuring Miko Hosoi, it breaks down the key branching points and bad endings within this substantial demo, which the magazine notes takes 45 hours to fully explore. The page includes a flowchart illustrating Miko's path, starting at 10 o'clock and progressing to a bad end if she chooses to watch a movie. It highlights a crucial choice at 11:30, where her decision impacts the scenario of another character, Mabe, potentially leading to his bad end if she buys a cake. A second bad end for Miko at 3:10 is shown, linked to a malfunctioning elevator, and the guide explains how to proceed to Masashi's scenario from there. That page also features a brief mention of Kesma, a former detective turned gamer who is active on TV, reflecting the cultural impact and media attention the game garnered. Details about the full game are provided, including its genre as a sound novel, developer Chunsoft, scheduled release on January 22, 1998, and price of 5,800 yen across 2 discs. This analysis serves as a practical guide for players navigating the complex interweaving narratives of the trial version. The next page dives deep into the scenario of Keima Amamiya in Machi, offering a guide to navigating his storyline in the trial version. It outlines key branching points and potential bad endings for the character known as the Otaku Detective. The guide starts with events at 10 o'clock at the Scramble Crossing, highlighting a crucial decision involving Ushio and Ichikawa that can lead to a bad end or influence Ushio's separate scenario. It then moves to a sequence around 10:40 at a game center, detailing how interacting with a UFO catcher leads to a zap point, a mechanic allowing players to jump to Ushio's perspective, particularly focusing on a scene at a jewelry store. Later, at 12:30, the guide describes encountering 3 high school girls, collectively referred to as Makechi. Making the wrong choice here, like escorting them to school, results in a bad end involving the Shibuya bombing. The emphasis is placed on remembering the juvenile delinquent context and leaving the girls alone to progress. This also unlocks a zap to Yohei's scenario. A flowchart visually depicts Kima's path through these timed events and choices. The page concludes with a character relationship chart for Keima's scenario, illustrating his connections to key figures, such as Ushio the detective, Ryuma-san, an understanding person, Shiori, someone who admires him, Goroichi, his partner, Yohei, friends, and Geronimo, a suspect met at the arcade. Screenshots accompanying the text show many of these characters and iconic scenes from the game. The next page gives us a first look at Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team. A sports simulation game from SEGA. This title is immediately striking due to its distinctive visual style, featuring adorable chibi characters described as two-headed players. The screenshots highlight this charm, showing gameplay moments, scoreboards, and player lineups in this unique, low-poly aesthetic. The game is presented as a sports training simulation, allowing players to manage a team, and includes features like password support for competitive matches. The content cleverly taps into the contemporary popularity of soccer, suggesting that just as soccer is exciting, this game will help build excitement for baseball. It's recommended for all ages, and features the teams from Japan's professional baseball leagues. The page confirms its February 1998 release window. This page delves deeper into the simulation aspects of Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team, explaining the flow of a game day and how to prepare. It covers crucial steps like checking the opposing team and stadium, noted as important for maximizing spectator turnout. A key element discussed is confirming and adjusting the starting lineup and player positions, emphasizing that while the coach sets the initial order, the player acting as the owner can make changes based on strategy and player condition. A particularly interesting feature highlighted is the Owner's Award, a bonus given to players before important matches to boost their motivation, with the monetary value potentially impacting their performance. Screenshots illustrate these points, showing the matchup screen with team records and crowd numbers, the lineup display, and options for player management. The page reinforces the game's blend of strategic simulation and its charming, distinct visual style with the two-headed players. This page continues the discussion of game day in Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team. Quote, focusing on how the player interacts with the simulated matches. The game unfolds in a digest format centered around the stadium, and players have 3 viewing options to choose from. You can opt to simply watch like a manager, leave decisions to the AI, or for those in a hurry, you can choose to see only the results, which quickly displays the score progression on the scoreboard without showing the visual digest. A more interactive option is interjecting, which allows you to override the manager's decisions during the digest. When this mode is active, a meter appears, prompting you to issue strategic instructions like player substitutions or specific plays before the meter fills up. The page also details strategic commands available during the game. A key instruction is player substitution, enabling you to bring in pinch hitters or pinch runners during offensive situations, or defensive specialists and relief pitchers when fielding. Screenshots show the scoreboard, player lists for potential substitutions during offense and defense, and visual cues representing game actions in the game's unique baseball team theater style. This page continues the deep dive into Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team, specifically focusing on the tactical instructions you can give as the manager during the Baseball Team Theater Digest. The game provides different sets of instructions depending on the personality of the manager in charge, reflecting their real-life styles. For example, the page highlights the instructions available under managers like Katsuya Nomura of the Yakult Swallows and Osamu Higashio of the Seibu Lions. Nomura, known for his strategic mind, offers a mix of commands during offense like, "Definitely take him down," or "Play it safe," and defensive calls like, "Believe in yourself," or "Defend completely." Higashio, on the other hand, presents a more aggressive approach, with offensive options like, "Go for a home run," or "Go for sure hits," and defensive commands such as, "Don't run away," or "Play defensively." You can also simply leave it to the player for both. The screenshots show exciting moments from the theater view, including hits, defensive relays, and dramatic calls, all in the game's signature blocky, expressive style. This page features Angelique Duet, a revamped release of the original neo-romance simulation game. This version allows players to take on the role of either of the two queen candidates, Ange or Rosalia, experiencing both the trials to become queen and the romantic relationships with the universe's guardians. The Angelique series is centered around a young woman's dream of becoming the universe's queen, which involves undergoing rigorous exams and potentially finding love with the various handsome guardians who lend their power. The page notes how this core concept expanded through subsequent titles like Special and Special 2, adding features like voice acting, anime cutscenes, and minigames. The main draw of Angelique Duet highlighted here is the long-awaited ability to play as Rosalia. Known for her pride, but also her care for Ange, Rosalia was a popular character, and player requests led to this version where you can experience her journey, from aiming for the queen ending to pursuing romantic relationships, just like with Ange. Screenshots show character artwork, pixelated gameplay scenes including a bedroom and a character status screen displaying attributes, and event scenes with dialogue. It's clear this release brings the classic Angelique experience with a highly requested new perspective. The next page continues the discussion on Angelique Duet, highlighting the significant enhancements in this renewed version. It emphasizes that the game features completely new visuals and music, providing a fresh experience even for those who played the original. While some dialogue and core elements remain, the ending is new, making it feel like a brand new title. The update also focuses on powering up the romance and character growth aspects. The number of events has greatly increased, including new date locations like the Night Park and special spots for commemorative dates. Players can now write letters, have private moments in their room, buy and use items, and even give presents to the Guardians or their rival. Screenshots showcase updated locations such as Randy's office, the Royal Research Institute, and the Oracle's Mansion, along with character dialogue examples related to appointments, continent status checks, and fortune-telling. Another scene shows a peaceful forest lake, suggesting serene moments are also part of the experience. A message from the developer, Ruby Party, explains that Duet was created largely in response to fan requests, particularly the strong desire to play as Rosalia. They highlight that Rosalia, being a rival with high pride, offers a different playing experience compared to Ange. They put significant effort into making the event and dating scenes detailed and special, incorporating features like item usage and gift-giving based on player feedback. The message underscores that the game was heavily influenced and supported by its users. This page introduces Arcana Strikes, a tactical card game developed by Takara and Red. The story follows a 17-year-old boy who, after receiving a tarot card, is transported to the world of Arcana, which is on the brink of destruction. His quest is to recover the 22 scattered Arcana cards to save this world. The game involves exploring different countries, each with dungeons, gathering information in towns, and acquiring attribute-based cards to prepare for battles. A key element is collecting rare cards, with 21 in total needed to complete the collection. The article highlights the involvement of renowned illustrators. 4 such cards are showcased here: Kaleidoscope, by Mikage Yoshiki, Kian by Kiya Asamiya, Joke by Tamakichi Sakura, and Vividu by Tsukasa Kotobuki, detailing their attributes and skills. The excitement around collecting these beautifully illustrated rare cards is palpable. The article also mentions other prominent artists who contributed to the card designs, emphasizing the game's strong visual appeal. This page continues the dive into Arcana Strikes, elaborating on the core gameplay loop. Following up on the quest to gather the 22 Arcana cards discussed previously, it explains that acquiring these powerful cards requires defeating the Guardian, boss, of each dungeon. Dungeon exploration itself is key, as obtaining cards happens either by winning battles against enemies or by opening treasure chests scattered throughout. A strong card deck is crucial for battle, so checking all accessible treasure chests before engaging is recommended. The strategic depth increases as your card collection grows. The combat system is highlighted with screenshots, showing turn-based battles where players use attribute-based cards. Touching a card in a dungeon initiates a battle, and the color of the card indicates the enemy leader's attribute. The game also emphasizes efficient leveling up, crucial for tackling tougher dungeons. Players gain experience from battles, especially if combatants survive. The article suggests using wheel cards to temporarily exit dungeons if you're underleveled, as defeated enemies revive upon re-entry, allowing for repeated grinding. Finally, the page showcases more character cards illustrated by renowned artists, similar to the rare cards featured on the last page. Featured here are cards like Yomi, Yellow Springs, by Torajiro Tsujino, Dinosaur by Hiroyuki Hataike, Lumiere by Kusuke Fujishima, Klein by Ken Mizutani, and Timegate by Yasuyasu Moriki, detailing their attributes and skills, reinforcing the game's focus on card collection and strategic depth through diverse character abilities. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn release of Koro Q Park, bringing the popular miniature car racing game to the platform as a full-fledged racing experience. While based on previous PlayStation titles, this version features plenty of original elements. The game boasts over 18 diverse courses, including on-road, off-road, and combined tracks, presented as themed areas within Shorokyu Island. A notable feature is the inclusion of weather changes on certain courses, requiring players to check the weather vision and adjust their vehicle settings accordingly. A core part of the experience is the extensive collection aspect. With over 80 types of Koro Q cars available, players can customize their cars, adding strategic depth to races. The game also highlights a rare card exchange system, where collecting rare cards allows players to acquire special Koro Q cars, adding significant replay value for collectors. Screenshots demonstrate the racing action, showing cars drifting, side-by-side battles, which splits the screen for 2 players, impressive jumps off ramps, and the menu screen for the card exchange system. The game is developed by Takara and was planned for a March 1998 release at 5,800 yen. This looks like a fun, feature-rich racing game with plenty to do beyond just racing. The Saturn version of Koro Q Park introduces 3 key features. The Koro Q change system allows players to swap cars at designated points during races, adding strategic depth beyond driving skills. This bat-and-touch race element lets players utilize different cars for on- and off-road sections. Next, the tire and oil attack system provides item-based offensive options. Players can use tire blow to hinder opponents ahead, and oil slick to impede those behind, increasing the strategic complexity of races. Finally, the stunt action race element encourages chaotic racing. Players can continue racing even after crashing, with recovery mechanics like the rolling corner dash, allowing for forgiveness and keeping the action intense. This page focuses on the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Dream Generation, from Messiah, a love and career choice simulation game. It's all about balancing romantic relationships and pursuing your dreams and occupation after high school. The page introduces one of the featured heroines, Hasumi Serena, who is a university student. She's described as a gentle girl from a kind family who was popular in high school, mindful of others, and even forgiven for being late to meetups. However, despite this seemingly perfect nature, her personality is said to also have an approachable charm. The game's premise starts a year after high school graduation, when the protagonist, Rokujo Toranosuke, reunites with former classmates, including Serena, at a class reunion. This meeting serves as the catalyst for the story, where the protagonist aims to pursue his future life, searching for love and a suitable career path. The goal is to ensure these important encounters don't slip away. Visuals include a large illustration of Serena and smaller screenshots showing gameplay moments or character events featuring other potential love interests, highlighting the choice-driven dialogue and character interactions central to the simulation genre. The game was scheduled for a March 1998 release, with a tentative price of 6,300 yen. The next page continues the look at Messiah's love and career choice simulation, Dream Generation. The title text translates to something like, aiming for a job. Everything begins. This page introduces 3 more key characters you'll interact with in the game after reuniting with classmates. Featured are Maki Ayame, who aims to be a manga artist and is described as easygoing but surprisingly bold. Makizawa Shiori, from a wealthy background, sees herself as a princess with high pride but appreciates unique gifts. And Arishu Kyoko, a cute and childlike character who is shy but comfortable talking with the protagonist, her childhood friend, and hopes to become a nursery teacher. Each character is shown with an illustration and a brief profile listing details like their age, occupation, and hobbies. The page also confirms the game is suitable for all ages and notes its current completion status is at 60%. The next page dives deeper into the gameplay systems of Dream Generation. Focusing on managing the protagonist's life over a 2-year period, it explains the core mechanic of planning your activities week by week to achieve both career goals and develop relationships. The page is divided into sections detailing a typical weekday, Saturday, and Sunday. During weekdays, you decide your schedule, balancing work or part-time jobs with personal growth activities like studying, exercise, and hobbies, impacting your character's various stats shown on the status screen, such as money, health, and skills. Saturdays involve navigating a field map, exploring the city to seek out work opportunities, gather information, and encounter potential love interests. Sundays are highlighted as the most crucial day for dating. You arrange to meet a girl and then decide together where to go, which is key to advancing relationships. Screenshots illustrate these different gameplay modes, showing character interactions and the interface. This page provides a special report on the simulation game, Solo Crisis, developed by Quintet. The game is set in a unique world where the ordinary rules don't apply, featuring battle strategies only possible within its framework. A key characteristic of Solo Crisis is its world having both a front and back side sharing the same land. This means events in one world can cause changes in the other. The existence of miracles performed by God and demons, and the varied roles of structures like houses, are elements unique to this title. For instance, in the front world, houses primarily serve as places for recovery. However, when the world flips to the back, these same houses become weapons that can damage enemies. You can use them for indirect attacks from a safe position. Miracles, fueled by people's faith, allow God to perform powerful, mysterious acts on the land, with different effects depending on the situation and how they are used. Demonic power operates similarly, also seemingly tied to faith, manifesting in structures distinct from human buildings. Screenshots illustrate the strategic map view, showing units and stats, as well as different terrain blocks featuring human cities, military units, and unique demonic structures. The game promises a deep strategic experience based on its innovative dual-world system and the interaction of divine and demonic forces. This page dives deeper into the strategic interplay between the divine power of God and the actions of humans, known as shimobe, in Solo Crisis. The focus is on utilizing God's miracles effectively, noting that they require SP spirit points, which are fueled by shimobe's faith, and powerful miracles cost more. Efficient use against demons is emphasized. The page showcases various strategic applications of miracles. A basic attack involves destroying enemy Yoro, demon structures, by using miracles to cause the ground beneath them to tilt or collapse. Although normal uplift or sink cannot destroy strong structures like fortresses, a powerful earthquake miracle can affect a wide area, damage everything within its range, and importantly, lower the rank of houses, making them vulnerable to subsequent destruction. Miracles also serve defensive and utility purposes. Terrain can be modified, such as drying up wetlands using the sun miracle, to create suitable land for shimobe to build houses, enhancing defensive positions. Obstacles like forests and rocks can be removed with miracles, for instance using lightning, which can also cause fires that spread, strategically opening up paths. The page highlights that the game's unique strategy lies in combining God's miraculous power with the shimobe's ability to build and act. Successful human endeavors, aided by miracles, gather more faith, thereby increasing God's own power. A glimpse of the backworld map is shown, indicating a similar structure to the front world, largely covered by forests. This page delves into the tactics of the shimobi, emphasizing the crucial role of the craftsman in the game's solo crisis. It highlights that while God provides miracles, the shimobi's actions, particularly building and strategy, are equally vital. A core tactical loop involves building structures, destroying them strategically, and then rebuilding, suggesting a dynamic and adaptable approach to the battlefield. Healing is shown to be a communal effort, with shimobi surrounding a unit to restore health. The craftsmen also play a key defensive role, as their built houses can be used as barriers to protect ranged units like archers from advancing demons. Furthermore, it's explained that not all craftsmen are just builders, they possess diverse abilities. Specific examples are given. Ada is fast and good at quickly building defensive structures for strategic pushes. Madochi has combat power comparable to a warrior though with lower defense, and Amosu excels defensively, serving as a strong positional guard. The page also introduces the demon language system, where demons communicate in a unique tongue. Understanding and deciphering this language is presented as a method to gain insight into the enemy's plans and strategies, adding another layer to the game's tactical depth. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate these various tactics and mechanics in action. Come on! Universal Nuts, a layup adventure game for ages 18+, delves into the mystery aboard a spaceship. Passengers are disappearing, linked to an abnormally glowing planet. The ship's log mentions this phenomenon, dismissed as superstition by council members, who are then observed acting strangely. The narrative focuses on the search for the missing, highlighting inexplicable events like a self-activated music box and running faucet, suggesting the presence of others. The protagonists uncover bizarre behavior from the council. One stabs himself, while a secretary exhibits suggestive conduct. Eavesdrop dialogue hints at the council's involvement in the disappearances, labeling them wicked people. The feature suggests the council's strange actions are central to solving the unfolding mystery. This page continues the deep dive into the mystery of Universal Nuts. As Yui searches the ship, he hears ominous footsteps accompanied by a harmonica, suggesting another presence, perhaps the killer of the technician mentioned earlier. The narrative also explores the character's personal dreams. The red-haired youth shares his ambition to become an astronaut like his father, a dream shared by both Yui and I. They listen intently, unaware of the tragedy soon to unfold on the seemingly peaceful ship. The old man repairing the ship is identified as Jimmy Dan, though a peculiar badge inconsistency is noted. The tension escalates as the female doctor, about to reveal the truth about the glowing planet that caused the evacuation, is fatally shot by Riger, silencing her permanently. The feature also highlights the game's production, praising the rich scenario and attractive characters. It details the impressive staff behind Universal Nuts, including character designer Nobuhisa Uchida, known for his work on TV anime and Z Gundam, and scenario writer Satoshi Sugihara, who contributed to the game's depth, along with popular voice actors. This page features Uncharted Waters Gaiden, a new simulation RPG that inherits the rich world of Uncharted Waters 2. Set in 16th century Europe, this latest entry in the acclaimed series maintains the core system, while focusing on two distinct main characters and greatly expanding the volume of unique events. Familiar characters from the previous game also make appearances. Players embark on their journey through one of two included scenarios, each offering a completely different experience. The first, designed for beginners, follows Miranda, a merchant's daughter turned adventurer who seeks her fiancé. This path emphasizes the enjoyment of trade and the excitement of discovering forgotten ruins. The second scenario is aimed at advanced players, plunging them into the thrilling life of a pirate as Salvador, the son of the Pirate King. This route highlights intense battles, attacking merchant ships, and engaging in large-scale fleet combat. The game captures the essence of dreams, romance, thrills, and hope in the age of exploration, allowing players to experience the world of uncharted waters through trade, adventure, or piracy. Screenshots provide glimpses of navigation, port towns, trade interfaces, land exploration, duels, and naval battles. This page features a year-end special looking back at the 1997 gaming scene and discussing what comes next. The striking visual is a shogi board populated by figures of iconic characters from various games and platforms, like Pikachu, Sonic, Chocobo, Ryu, Ultraman, and even a Sega Saturn console, acting as pieces in the ongoing industry battle. The feature is divided into 4 parts. The first reflects on the eventful year of 1997, noting the intense hardware competition, particularly between the PlayStation and Saturn, and even mentioning SEGA Saturn Magazine's transition to a weekly publication. The second part features the magazine's editor looking back at the year's articles and insights, hinting at insider stories. The third presents a special roundtable discussion with industry figures, described as the 3 Angry Men, tackling key issues and looking towards a showdown. Finally, the fourth part gathers comments from various industry leaders on their predictions for 1998 and insights into the challenges facing the gaming world, promising a deep dive into heavy topics. Highlighted snippets include the Sonic Resurrection and the question of a next-generation 128-bit machine. There's also mention of Everybody's Golf being a dark horse, with a massive 7 million units shipped, illustrating a surprising success story in the competitive landscape. The layout uses the shogi game as a clear metaphor for the strategic maneuvers and rivalries defining the industry at the time. This page dives into the first part of the year-end retrospective, focusing on the key events and machine talk of 1997. The year kicked off with intriguing releases like the polygon-driven DDM Nami Amuro and major industry shifts like Enix finally committing to the Saturn, though notably prioritizing the PlayStation for Dragon Quest. The biggest shockwave was undoubtedly the proposed merger between Sega and Bandai, a grand plan for a massive entertainment company that ultimately fell through due to internal opposition, leaving the industry wondering what could have been. The page also highlights the colossal success of Final Fantasy V2 on PlayStation, which shattered sales records, while also marking the confirmation of a highly anticipated port of Resident Evil 2 for the Saturn. Even smaller developers faced challenges, with mentions of Time Warner Interactive and Grams encountering difficulties, underscoring that the boom wasn't universal. The magazine's editor offers insights, observing a notable trend where vibrant 2D characters became increasingly dominant on magazine covers, suggesting their appeal resonated strongly with players compared to early 3D polygon models. Overall, 1997 was a year of dramatic highs and lows, setting the stage for future developments. This page continues the look back at 1997, tracing key events from February through June. We see milestones like the AOU show highlighting new arcade tech, the release of the budget-friendly Saturn collection, and Nihon Falcom bringing classics like Xanadu and YS to the platform. The schedule also notes the Tokyo Game Show, the launch of new game magazines including Saturn Fan going weekly, the release of the Dating Sim Classmates, the confirmation of the Sega Bandai merger dissolution, the announcement of Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, and the This Is Cool campaign rollout, leading up to E3. The Tokyo Game Show 97 Spring was a major success for Sega, sweeping the SESA Awards with 8 trophies, showcasing the company's strength in the Japanese market that spring. Classmates' release signaled a surge in popularity for Gouge on the Saturn, so much so that these games dominated magazine covers, indicating where player interest lay. The rise of game magazines is also highlighted, reflecting the booming industry. And who could forget the This Is Cool campaign, a memorable summer push featuring the CoolPad controller. Saturn Fan's editor reflects on the year, pinpointing Chunsoft's decision to release Super Robot Wars Fry on the Saturn as a significant moment. They also note the huge impact of Super Robot Wars Fry, the constant buzz about Sega's next hardware, the dramatic dissolution of the Sega Bandai merger, and the phenomenon around sentimental graffiti as the major talking points that define 1997 for the Saturn community. The next page continues the 1997 year-end summary, focusing on key releases and events through July. The Sakura Wars phenomenon dominated, with the original winning a SESA award, Sakura Wars 2 announced, the OVA anime series launching, and the radio show proving incredibly popular, cementing the franchise's status as a Saturn icon. We also see the highly anticipated release of Sonic Jam and Sonic R, bringing classic and modern Sonic to the platform. Real Sound, Kaze No Regret, stands out for its innovative audio-only gameplay experiment. Meanwhile, Last Bronx hit the scene, leading to discussions about the future of 3D fighting games on the console, though its sales didn't quite match expectations. A major hardware event was the announcement of the 4MB expansion RAM cartridge, an essential accessory for enhancing 2D fighting titles like those from Capcom. Editors reflect on the year's biggest news, highlighting the success of Super Robot Wars F as a morale booster amidst challenging times for Sega, the dramatic Sega Bandai merger dissolution, the rise of weekly gaming magazines, and the continued impact of Sakura Wars and major fighting game releases. The launch of the Virtua Cop 2 bundle was also a notable event. The next page continues the retrospective on 1997. Highlighting key events from late July to September. We see releases like Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Last Bronx, and the highly anticipated Shining Force 2 is launching in August, billed as a major end-of-year titles. September saw the reveal of Burning Ranger with its distinct atmosphere and worldview, and the unveiling of Virtua On Oratorio Tangram, finally lifting the veil on the sequel. The page also covers the Autumn Tokyo Game Show 97, noting Sakura Wars 2 and Burning Ranger as standout titles. Beyond game releases, significant industry shifts are discussed. The formation of Sega Moomin is detailed, a new company born from the merger of wholesaler Moomin and Sega United, aimed at direct sales to around 5,000 selected stores. There's also a section on the future of convenience store game sales, noting DigiCube's first anniversary and acknowledging that 20–30% of sales are through this channel, though success hinges on software quality. Capcom director Mr. Okamoto's new company establishment is mentioned, focusing on scenario-driven planning. The magazine's editor-in-chief reflects on the year, stating the announcement of Dragon Quest for PlayStation felt premature. He questions the clear vision behind the Sega Bandai merger and its subsequent dissolution. While he enjoys scenario-driven games and looks forward to Mr. Okamoto's work, he critically observes that the main issue facing the Saturn isn't bad Bishoujo games, but rather a general lack of other interesting software titles. The next page continues our look back at 1997, covering events from late September through November. We see the release of major titles like Super Robot Wars 5th and Dead or Alive, both generating considerable buzz. Super Robot Wars 5th was noted as a significant hit despite delays and its split release, while Dead or Alive was praised for its quality, even compared favorably to Virtua Fighter 2. We also see the launch of the official fan club, Sega Partners, offering exclusive content like quarterly Kraydroms, sparking nostalgic discussions among fans about past clubs. Industry events covered include the 35th AM show and the Digital Circus, highlighting Sega's arcade presence and showcasing games like Sonic Star. A significant point of discussion is the report of Sega and Microsoft potentially developing a 128-bit console. The commentary expresses skepticism about the timing and nature of these reports, questioning if they are genuine collaboration plans or strategic leaks intended to disrupt the market. Finally, the page includes insights from Famitsu's editor-in-chief, Hirokazu Hamamura, reflecting on the year. He identifies Final Fantasy V2 and Pokémon as the standout titles of 1997, noting their contrasting approaches. He predicts growth for the Nintendo 64 next year, citing Nintendo's efforts to connect it with the Game Boy, exemplified by the crowds drawn for Pokémon data distribution at Space World. He emphasizes the importance of good software quality for industry success. The page features a screenshot from a Pokémon battle, symbolizing the year's impact. This page is the second part of a year-end special feature, presenting a special roundtable discussion titled 3 Angry Men. The participants are Sega's Tadashi Takasaki, Kenji Ino from Warp, and Tommy Suzuki from SPA Magazine. The discussion kicks off by looking back at 1997, exploring issues within the game industry. They talk about their recent work, with Ino mentioning projects like Dee's Diner and Real Sound, noting how busy he is. The conversation touches upon the state of the game industry compared to years past, with one participant suggesting it has improved. There's also a pre-discussion segment included, detailing events 45 minutes before the main talk began, where they discussed game reviewers and the risks involved in releasing software outside of the major platform holders like Sony, Square, and Sega. They mentioned SESA and issues related to game scoring and reviews. A photo of Tommy Suzuki, described as a contract employee in charge of games for Weekly SPA, is also featured. This page continues the lively roundtable discussion, focusing on the state of the game industry in 1997. The headline highlights that Everybody's Golf reaching 1 million units shipped symbolizes the year's trends, although estimated actual sales were closer to 850,000. The participants reflect on 1997, with Kenji Ino feeling a lack of significant new releases beyond his own work like Mr. Bones and Real Sound, expressing a sense of being unable to push boundaries despite wanting to innovate, describing it as a foot-stamping atmosphere. They discuss how the fundamental way games are played, Using a controller in front of a TV limits true innovation. Tadashi Takasaki notes the market is becoming saturated, like the Famicom era, and is polarizing between core gamers and casual players drawn to titles like Pokémon and Tamagotchi. He also comments on Sega Saturn's changing image, shifting from arcade ports like Virtua Fighter towards girl games, which he links to its struggles as hardware. The page also touches on a heated review debate, specifically addressing a controversy where a reviewer named Gaia gave a low score to one of Ino's games, causing considerable frustration. Ino expresses his anger, particularly regarding the review potentially being based on only part of the game, and the use of a pen name, despite the magazine claiming signed reviews. This page of the roundtable discussion, titled Satamaga, If You're Selling This Much You Have to Take Responsibility, focuses on the Sega Saturn's image and influence of reviews. Sega's Tadashi Takasaki, CS, Sega Enterprises, discusses the shift in Sega's image, potentially towards girl games, after successful arcade ports. He emphasizes the need for Sega to manage its image and collaborate with publications. Kenji Ino from Warp also participates, highlighting the importance of reviews, conveying the reviewer's personal experience with a game to the reader. The discussion touches on the decreasing impact of pre-release reviews, with a shift towards reader polls. Ino suggests innovative titles like Nights into Dreams, Parappa the Rapper, and IQ Intelligent Cube as games that would have benefited the Saturn. The page also hints at upcoming game promotion, including the Warp logo and an image for D2. The overall theme addresses the challenges faced by the Saturn and the roles of media in its success. This page continues the roundtable discussion, featuring Kenji Ino, Tadashi Takasaki, and Suzuki. Ino makes a bold declaration, stating, "I'll do Sega's promotion already," and expresses confidence that if he were in charge of Sega's advertising, their games would sell significantly more. He reflects on the role of game magazines, mentioning the independent stance of publications like Game HIHU, Game Criticism, which doesn't accept manufacturer advertisements, and contrasts it with the need for magazines to convey the nuances and passion behind games. The discussion touches on the challenges of reviews and the preference for reader feedback, as seen in the magazine's Reader Race feature. Looking ahead, Ino predicts massive success for his upcoming game D2, confidently stating it will sell 1 million copies in 1998. He also humorously mentions adding anime sequences to Real Sound 2 and suggests a GAL game version of Real Sound. The participants agree on the importance of pushing D2 in the coming year. The page includes photos of the discussion participants, several Sega Saturn magazine covers, and a screenshot from the arcade hit the House of the Dead, which Ino mentions in the context of potentially helping with its commercial. It's clear everyone is focused on how to revitalize the Sega Saturn market and sees D2 as a key title for 1998. Fumio Kurokawa of Digicube discusses the game market, noting stagnation despite the PlayStation's success. While the console reached significant sales, it didn't guarantee hits for all software, leading to sequels and potential bankruptcies. He questions if there was a clear winner in the hardware competition, suggesting PlayStation's future depends on its lineup, and hinting at a potential challenge from Nintendo. Kurokawa also acknowledges alternative distribution methods, like convenience store sales. He doesn't foresee significant growth in new gamers, suggesting regaining the trust of lapsed players is difficult. Kurokawa argues that game creators should bear the risk of returns, advocating for greater accountability in the industry. The discussion includes a photo of Kurokawa and a screenshot of a game, possibly illustrating market trends. This page features an interview with Gosan Shiozaki, vice president of Axela, offering his perspective on the game industry in 1997 and the outlook for 1998. He reflects on the past year, noting that while Final Fantasy V2 significantly boosted the PlayStation's standing, there weren't many other major hits. Shiozaki discusses the state of game magazines, asserting they shouldn't simply aim to please game creators, but instead serve the readers. He also highlights critical issues in game distribution, particularly the standard buy-in method, which makes stores reluctant to stock less certain titles, contrasting it with Digicube's return system as a more ideal model. Regarding reviews, he feels creators should be more receptive to criticism and improve their games accordingly. Looking ahead to 1998, Shiozaki suggests it could bring new developments to the industry, depending on the efforts of those involved, and that the game magazine landscape may also evolve. The page includes a photo of Shiozaki. This page features a promotional spread for the Sega Saturn game, Hansha Spark. It showcases the game's 4 unique characters: a cool blue character with a spade emblem, a cheerful pink character with bunny ears, a mysterious dark figure, and a large, rugged Yeti-like character. Multiple screenshots display the game's top-down perspective and block-filled arenas where the action takes place. The text describes the game as a competitive battle game, where players reflect discs to defeat opponents. It highlights the varied environments, with obstacles like walls and character hindrances. The game supports 1 to 4 players, emphasizing a lively multiplayer experience, made possible by the inclusion of multi-tap support. Get ready to sharpen your reflexes and spark some fun with everyone. The page also notes the game's release date of December 23rd and its price. This page is dedicated to official strategy guides for the J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru series. The highlight is the guide for J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru 2, presented as the Complete Data Edition. This book is packed with everything you need to become the strongest club manager, featuring complete player data for overseas clubs, official strategies covering training, tactics, and development, details on the Japan national team, and even hidden secrets of the edit mode. It's priced at 1,400 yen and was planned for a late December release. The page also promotes the Management Edition guide for the first J.League Pro Soccer Club, Otsukuru, perfect for beginners starting their journey to club mastery, available for 950 yen. Additionally, there's information about a SoftBank strategy book campaign, offering prizes like Game Boy Pocket systems, copies of the PlayStation game Ape Escape, Tamagotchi, and special telephone cards to lucky applicants. The page features character artwork and the game logo. This page advertises 3 official strategy guides. The first is for Sonic SAR, a SEGA Saturn racing game, covering character abilities, hidden characters, game modes, and Chaos Emerald locations. It's priced at 1,100 yen and releases December 22nd. The second guide is for Shining Force 2, Scenario 1, a simulation RPG. It provides detailed maps, item, and enemy data, and covers the first scenario's entirety. This 144-page guide costs 950 yen and is expected in late December. Finally, the perfect guide for MJ. The Mystery Hospital offers a complete walkthrough, maps, and hidden story details for the horror-adventure game on SEGA Saturn and PlayStation. It releases December 18th for 1,100 yen. Ordering information from SoftBank Publishing is provided. This page announces the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Zero Divide, The Final Conflict, a 3D polygonal fighting game developed by Zoom. Known for its intense 3D combat on other platforms, this installment is making its way to the SEGA Saturn. The game is set to release on November 20th, 1997, for 5,800 yen. The premise revolves around a highly advanced network space in the year 20XX, where an event known as the XTAL incident occurred, giving rise to an attacking program named Zulu. Now, the malevolent program XTAL, previously residing within Zulu, is reviving. Programs that have resisted evolution are gathering under Zulu's command, aiming to prevent Sextil's revival and their own destruction. Screenshots on the page show the polygonal characters engaged in combat, highlighting the game's visual style. The tagline featured suggests a dramatic conflict. "Stop me. I will erase XTAL along with my existence." This looks like a solid entry for fighting game fans on the Saturn. Let's party! Aim for Contribution King is a SEGA Saturn fan section showcasing reader contributions. Players share personal experiences, including gambling struggles, holiday reflections, and humorous observations like fridge contents impacting happiness. Gaming discussions are central, with hopes for Saturn releases of titles like Shin Megami Tensei, Soul Hackers, and Castlevania, and anticipation for Shining Force 2, with fan art and comments highlighting the game. Other mentions include the arcade title Gambarette and Playing Nights into Dreams. The section paints a picture of the vibrant Saturn community, blending personal lives with their passion for the console and its games. The next page features more reader contributions, divided into several sections. At the top is the Saturn Plaza, where readers share opinions on various topics. One reader comments on the appropriate development time for games, suggesting that while large RPGs naturally take longer, the current market shouldn't tolerate multi-year developments for every game, especially considering the potential for users to move on in a few years. Another reader expresses frustration with the reader ranking system, suspecting some participants are giving low scores to popular games or high scores to less popular ones to manipulate the rankings, stressing the importance of trustworthiness in the ranking system. Below that is Gamer's Wisdom, where a reader shares a rather humorous and specific tip for avoiding having forbidden items confiscated during school bag checks, suggesting hiding items in various places like under desks or outside windows. Next, the Friends of Gangrathon section highlights a reader's passion for the mech combat game Gangrathon. The reader praises its realism, the intense feeling of being in a near-future war zone, and specifically mentions the impressive opening sequence and the game's similarity to a real-time virtual-on experience, urging others to try it. Finally, at the bottom is the Manga Corridor, featuring a comic strip with simple, expressive characters discussing things like pachinko and game development, including a reference to the game Kaze and what appears to be a pinball game. This page announces upcoming changes to the magazine, starting with a farewell message from the staff member known as Gasuketsu, who is stepping down from their section, but assures readers the editorial team will still be around. Following this, the focus shifts to soliciting reader input for brand new sections. Various reader-submitted ideas for new corners are presented, ranging from humorous parodies and daily life observations to game-specific concepts like a Gamer's Law section that captures relatable gaming habits, and a section dedicated to discussing thoughts on characters in games. The page also features reader artwork in the Black Soup Scream section, showcasing diverse styles and subjects. A points ranking for contributors is included, acknowledging active readers. Finally, details are provided on where readers can submit their contributions to various existing and potential new corners, covering a wide array of topics from daily life and confessions to illustrations, manga panels, shopping experiences, and even love questions, emphasizing the magazine's interactive nature and its connection with the readership. This page showcases the Park Gallery, a section dedicated to reader contributions, primarily illustrations and comments related to SEGA Saturn games. This week's best entry features impressive artwork for Megiddo Birthclad. The gallery includes diverse submissions covering several popular titles like Darkstalkers, specifically Vampire Savior, Nightruth, and Silhouette Mirage, with readers sharing their thoughts on characters, drawing styles, and gaming experiences. It's clear the community is passionate about these games. The page also announces the theme for the next submission round will be Soul Hackers, inviting fans to create art based on that title. Finally, a brief information section outlines the rules for submitting artwork and comments, mentioning a points system where contributions can earn prizes like book vouchers or even SEGA Saturn software. There's also a small, humorous comic strip featuring Sonic and Knuckles. This page showcases a range of publications from Zest aimed at enhancing the gaming experience, featuring strategy guides, novels, CD books, and fan books for various popular titles. Among the offerings are Z novels, novelizations that expand the lore of games like Lunatic Dawn, which features 4 interconnected stories based on its world, and Breath of Fire 2i, focusing on the protagonist Ryu's childhood. For SEGA Saturn players, Zest provides official strategy guides, including one for Atelier Marie, the Alchemist of Salzburg, detailing item creation and featuring interviews. There's also a dedicated Atelier Marie fan book, packed with character art and behind-the-scenes information. Another SEGA Saturn guide covers Hop Step Idols. Beyond SEGA Saturn, the lineup includes the in-depth guide, the convenience store Maniacs, and official guides for the PlayStation title At Train, available in basic and expert editions. The page also highlights a drama CD for the popular dating simulation game Photogenic, bringing its story to life through voice acting. These publications aim to provide fans with deeper insights into their favorite game worlds, whether through comprehensive guides, narrative expansions, or character showcases. The publisher information for Zest is listed at the bottom. This page features the Sega Press section, your official source for SEGA Saturn and SEGA Enterprises information, straight from the CS Promotion Department. It's packed with weekly updates and insights. The main highlight is a special look at SEGA's internal calendar for the upcoming year, featuring the one and only Sonic the Hedgehog in dynamic poses, running around the globe. While shown in black and white, the artwork is sharp and captures Sonic's speed. 3 lucky readers have a chance to win one of these exclusive calendars. To get the latest SEGA information, you can utilize the SEGA Fax Club, which provides updates on arcade games, new products, and more via fax following a voice menu. Alternatively, the SEGA Joy telephone service offers weekly updates over the phone, including upcoming game lineups and special, fun information. Access numbers are available for major cities. Also detailed are in-store promotional materials. The SEGA Video Magazine provides video previews of games like Winter Heat, Riven, the sequel to Myst, and Langrisser Drama Edition. The Flash SEGA Saturn demo discs offer playable demos of exciting titles, such as Shining Force 2 I Scenario 1, Cotton 2, Princess Crown, Sonic R, Grandia, and more, letting you try out new releases right at the store. Finally, the page provides the URLs for the official SEGA homepage and the GameBusters website for online information. The SEGA Press Update features 3 key stories. The SEGA Thunderbolts American football team reflects on a challenging year, finishing 5th and 3rd in their respective leagues. They vow to rebuild and aim for victory after a rain-soaked final game. Murasaki-san, a SEGA sound director and sports enthusiast, discusses his work and expresses support for the Thunderbolts. The Digital Circus event in Yokohama and Tokyo faced severe weather, including heavy rain and strong winds, which caused stage cancellations and equipment damage, though it managed to continue on the second day. Finally, SEGA invites reader participation in the postcard recruitment section, encouraging submissions related to the SEGA Saturn for a chance to win prizes. The page is accompanied by photos of the Thunderbolts and SEGA staff. This page features the 14th chapter of a serialized novel based on the concept by rationalizing, titled Sokyu Guren Squad. The chapter is titled Brent is in a Bad Mood, and the accompanying subtitle asks about Brent's repeated misfortunes and the information he's obtained. The text explains that the Sokyu Guren Squad is a private defense force and a versatile department within the satellite launch contractor JDF. They take on dangerous tasks deemed too risky for others, often handling assignments from valued clients or engaging in conflict suppression. The story follows the 3 pilots belonging to the Sokyu Guren Squad, Brent, Kaoru Hachiyubi, and Rika Kunimura, and the people around them, unfolding as an SF drama. A recap of previous events details an attack on JDF headquarters by a group called Black Swarm, which was repelled by the squad. Brent began investigating and discovered the truth lay with something called Yumi Hachiman. Later, Yoshida, shaken by Kunimura's testimony after witnessing the events, requests Brent from the investigation department to investigate Yumi Hachiman. The company president was then taken hostage by a terrorist organization, but was safely rescued when Yumi Hachiman destroyed the terrorist group's Donryu. Subsequently, Brent found a clue about Yumi Hachiman from the main computer, but was attacked from behind and knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Mikazuki was approached by the pilot of Yumi Hachiman, Tarushima, about transferring but ultimately refused. The novel is authored by Yuichi Ishida. This page continues the serialized novel based on the Sokyu Guren Squad concept. Picking up after being attacked, Brent awakens injured but finds his investigation data has been wiped. He later encounters Yoshida, and they discuss the assault and the identity of the attacker, Tarushima. The conversation delves into the concept of savant syndrome, explained as a condition where individuals with disabilities possess exceptional abilities in specific areas, citing the movie Rain Man as a prominent example. The page also includes character introductions for key figures in the narrative. These profiles highlight Kaoru Hachiyubi as the squad captain known for his strange analogies, Ryota Tarushima as a young pilot with exceptional skills despite his profile listing him at 19, Rika Kunimura, who has strong feelings for Yoshida and is investigating him, and Genryo Oki, a counterintelligence figure who represents the Yumi Hachiman organization. This page continues the Sokyu Guren Squad novelization from SEGA Saturn Magazine novels. The illustration depicts Brent in a hospital bed, bandaged and hooked up to an IV, being visited by Rika Kunimura, who is holding a laptop. The text details a conversation, primarily between the injured Brent and Yoshida, with Rika also present. They discuss Brent's unusual condition, described as extreme focus on one task that grants exceptional ability but impairs other functions, akin to savant syndrome. The discussion links this to the recent attack and the mysterious Yumi Hachiman organization. Yoshida downplays his knowledge of Yumi Hachiman initially, but suggests the attack was related to their actions. Rika Kunimura is mentioned as having volunteered for guard duty and being helpful. After Yoshida departs, the scene briefly shifts focus to Ryota Tarushima, who is looking around a station departure area and calls out to someone. The narrative continues to build the intrigue around the characters and their connections to the attack and the organization. This page continues the serialization of the Sokyu Guren Squad novel. The story follows Kunimura during a patrol as she reflects on her feelings for Yoshida. Suddenly, she receives a frantic emergency call from a facility known as Heavenly Source, located on a large rock formation. The communication is abruptly cut off, leaving the situation unclear. A note confirms this story is fictional. Below, a message from Rechanizing offers commentary from the developer. They engage in a discussion about favorite mobile suits, mentioning Gundam designs like Zeta Plus and Zhuagu, and designer Katoki. The message announces the upcoming release of the Sokyu Guren Squad, Go Tokuyo, budget release, and expresses thanks for the positive feedback received for the extra content planning on the Saturn version of Battle Garega. They also mention a Bloody Roar soundtrack. Signed by Yuichi Toyama, the message playfully incorporates more Gundam references. This page features a campaign run by SoftBank related to their game strategy guides, running from late 1997 to the end of February 1998. By purchasing one of their eligible guides, readers had a chance to win various prizes. Some of the cool prizes included a Game Boy Pocket handheld system, copies of the PlayStation game Abe's Odyssey, and the Game Boy game Tamagotchi. There were also special SoftBank telephone cards up for grabs. To enter, you just needed to use the included application postcard and send it in. Winners would be chosen randomly, so you couldn't pick which prize you wanted. The page also specifically calls out the upcoming release of Abe's Odyssey for the PlayStation by GameBank, mentioning its December 1st release date and price. It shows off the game's unique protagonist, Abe. This page is a must-see for fans of the classic simulation game, Sentimental Graffiti. It's promoting two key publications that dive deep into its world. First up, there's the Tomohisa Sakai Sentimental Graffiti Image Artworks. This is a substantial art book, clocking in at 224 pages, dedicated to the stunning visuals created by character designer Tomohisa Sakai. It features a massive 115 illustrations, and comes with a luxurious clear case for protection, and even a special original poster. Priced at 2,800 yen plus tax, it was set for release in late December, just in time for the holidays. Next we have the Sentimental Graffiti Official Guide. This is highlighted as the only official strategy guide available. It's packed with everything you need to know, detailing strategy methods for all 12 of the game's heroines. It promises to explain their poignant stories and intricate settings, offering travel tips to help players successfully navigate their journey. This guide is 128 pages, priced at 1,300 yen plus tax, and was scheduled to hit shelves in early February '98. The page features a vibrant illustration showcasing many of the distinct characters from the game, reinforcing the focus on their individual stories and designs. It strongly encourages readers to place pre-orders for these essential sentimental graffiti companions at bookstores across the country, emphasizing the connection with the phrase, "The sadness of 12 characters, to your side." Order forms are conveniently included for this purpose. This page features a striking, surreal illustration depicting a boy and a girl in a dreamlike, abstract environment. The large vertical text on the left spells out Bapogye. The page presents a serialized narrative, indicated by the previous summary section at the bottom left, and the "to be continued" marker. This story appears to be a narrative tied or feature related to the dark and surreal RPG Baroque. The text mentions themes familiar to Baroque, such as individuals seeking death, a strange disc, and monsters. Characters like Watanabe Ruby are mentioned, suggesting they play a role in this unfolding mystery. The writing style is evocative, describing encounters and observations within this peculiar world, fitting the game's unique atmosphere. It's clear this is an ongoing narrative designed to draw readers into the unsettling universe of Baroque. This page features the 5th volume of the serialized story titled Baroque Syndrome, Baroque Prequel, specifically Part 2 of the section Abnormality. Penned by Mariko Shimizu and supervised by Baroque co-creator Kazunari Yonemitsu, this installment continues the surreal narrative tied to the Baroque universe. The text describes unsettling scenes and experiences, likely involving the character Ruby introduced previously, as the protagonist navigates a strange and disturbing environment. It explores the bizarre phenomena and themes central to the game, delving deeper into the unsettling nature of the world and the mysterious abnormalities encountered. The writing style is evocative, aiming to immerse the reader in the dark and existential atmosphere characteristic of Baroque. The page also includes a small section explaining what Baroque Prequel is. This page features the vibrant artwork for Puyo Puyo Sun, a beloved puzzle game released on the SEGA Saturn. The focal point is the cheerful, anthropomorphic sun character central to this installment of the series, surrounded by the game's signature falling blobs, known as Puyo. The vertical title Sun is prominently displayed, reinforcing the game's theme and core mechanic involving Sun Puyo that clear larger areas of the screen. Iconic characters from the Puyo Puyo universe, such as Arle Naja and others, are visible on the right side, adding to the game's charm and connection to the series. The SEGA Saturn logo at the bottom confirms its release on the console. This page serves as a visually appealing introduction or promotional piece for the title, capturing its bright and energetic style. This page promotes Puyo Puyo games, specifically highlighting upcoming tournaments. While the artwork features Puyo Puyo Sun characters and details its gameplay, including 3 protagonists, 15 characters, the Sun Puyo mechanic, and new voice acting, the large text proclaims, Puyo Puyo 2. This could be promotional for both games. The main announcement is the CompliGame Live 1997 All Japan Puyo Puyo Masters Tournaments. These tournaments will be held at Makuhari Messe across multiple platforms. Events include a Nintendo 64 tournament, Team Battles, a PlayStation tournament with a Japan's Best Puyo Puyo Master Deciding Match, admission fee applies, and a SEGA Saturn tournament, Team Battles. Admission is free for the N64 and Saturn events. Gamebox art for Puyo Puyo Sun on 64 and PlayStation, and Puyo Puyo 2 on SEGA Saturn are also displayed. Contact information for tournament inquiries is provided. This page features a big special feature on the Sakura Taisen OVA, hitting stores in just 1 week from the magazine's publication date. Fans eagerly awaiting the OVA release can look forward to checking out some previously unseen visuals from the main story here, alongside details on how to score some super rare collectible items through a present campaign. The OVA itself is available on both LD and videocassette, running about 30 minutes. As part of the release celebration, Red Company is giving away some cool merchandise. Prizes include shop-exclusive giant pop-up displays, double-sided B2 posters, one side with the team, the other a 98 calendar, original telephone cards, and even actual voice recording scripts used by the cast for the first scene of the OVA. Adding a unique touch, the page introduces 3 characters who appear in the OVA as engineers at Kanzaki Heavy Industries. Interestingly, these characters are modeled after real Red Company staff members. You get to see photos of the actual staff alongside their character designs and read comments from them about their involvement and thoughts on the OVA, a neat look behind the scenes, and a fun nod to the developers. The Sakura Wars OVA revisits the world after the Kuma War, introducing new threats called Magi. The narrative focuses on key elements like General Yoneda's research, the Imperial Combat Review's formation, and the development of the Kubu spirit armor. The OVA highlights character arcs, including Sakura Shinguji's introspective journey, prompted by her mother's words, and Ayame Fujieta's global mission to recruit espers. Sumire Kanzaki's exceptional ability to activate the prototype Kubu is also showcased. A climactic battle in Asakusa is previewed, featuring Maria, Iris, and Kana facing Kuma. The OVA emphasizes action sequences and character development, offering a visual feast of screenshots to entice viewers. The page urges fans to experience the exciting battles and character-driven narrative by reserving the OVA. This page announces the urgent release of the official guidebook for the masterpiece, RPG, Grandia, published by SoftBank. This comprehensive guide promises beautiful maps to ensure you find every item, introductions to the fascinating characters and stunning in-game movies, extensive data on enemy monsters and items, and in-depth coverage of the game's background story, setting, and a helpful glossary. The guide is a 5-size, 144 pages long, priced at 950 yen, and was scheduled for release on December 25, 1997. The page also highlights a SoftBank strategy guide campaign, where purchasing eligible books enters you into a lottery to win prizes. These prizes include a Game Boy Pocket console, copies of Ape Escape for PlayStation, Tamagotchi for Game Boy, and special SoftBank telephone cards. This page features a collection of comic anthology books published by SoftBank Publishing, bringing popular games to life in manga form. Kicking off the lineup is the Pokemon 4, DX, a deluxe edition based on the massive hit Game Boy game, featuring 4-panel comics from a lineup of talented artists. Following that is the Battle Arena 2 Shinden 4, DX, a deluxe edition based on the popular PlayStation fighting game, also featuring a wealth of artists having fun with the characters and world. For fans of traditional fighting game anthologies, SoftBank offers comics based on the original Battle Arena to Shinden and Battle Arena to Shinden 2, compiling new comics and illustrations from various creators. They also delve into the bizarre world of Power Instinct 2 Legend of the Strongest Slightly with its own anthology comic, And Capcom's Supernatural Fighter gets the treatment too, with the Darkstalkers Revenge anthology. Finally, there's an anthology comic for Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise All-Star 4-Player Mahjong, bringing the characters from the Mahjong series into original comic stories. These anthologies feature diverse artistic interpretations and new content based on the games. Details regarding the price and page count for each book are listed here. This page is Volume 21 of the SEGA Saturn Soft Strategy Data Focus, focusing on Transport Tycoon, a simulation game released by Imagineer. The article dives into the game's core mechanics, specifically checking the characteristics of different transportation methods and the industrial structure of the map. It explains that the game offers 4 main types of transport: road, rail, air, and sea. Rail is highlighted as the fundamental method, especially for transporting goods between distant industrial hubs, and is efficient for generating significant profits. Roads are good for short routes between cities. Air transport is fast for long distances, but less efficient locally, while sea transport is strong for bulk goods like coal. The guide suggests starting with an easy mode replay lesson, recommending players begin without rivals to get comfortable with the game's systems. The first lesson is to immediately pause the game upon starting to examine the map thoroughly, understanding the locations of industrial sites and cities, which is crucial for planning your transportation network. Checking city details like population and current goods is also emphasized as important. The screenshots display the game interface, map view, city information panels, and game settings. This page delves deeper into Transport Tycoon strategy, focusing on understanding the game's industrial ecosystem and efficient route planning. It stresses the importance of knowing what goods are produced where and what industries consume them, using a diagram to illustrate typical production chains like coal to power plants or iron ore to steel mills, which eventually supply manufactured goods to cities. The guide explains that profitable routes rely on these industrial links. It also briefly mentions transporting valuables between banks, a mechanic that becomes relevant later in the game. For early game strategy, the advice is practical. Start by establishing bus routes between nearby cities. Long-distance rail is costly and difficult initially, but buses provide a steady income stream while you build your rail network. Once you're ready for rail, focus on short, lucrative routes connecting primary industries, such as moving coal from a mine to a power plant. As your network grows, particularly around processing plants, you should plan separate rail lines for incoming raw materials and outgoing finished products for maximum efficiency. The goal is always to create routes that efficiently transport goods along these production chains for profit. This page continues the deep dive into Transport Tycoon, shifting focus from the industrial network to the vehicles themselves and advanced transport options. It explains that the game features various vehicles, and while their basic performance differs, you must factor in purchase and maintenance costs to stay profitable. The page provides a table showing different locomotives, with stats like weight, speed, power, capacity, design year, lifespan, and a cost-performance rating judged by the magazine's editors. The guide then discusses the optimal timing for changing vehicles. While lifespan is a factor, it's crucial to check vehicle performance, especially if revenue drops. Reliability decreases with age, leading to breakdowns, so replacing older, less reliable vehicles or upgrading to newer, better-performing models is key for efficient transport. Lesson 4 focuses on expanding your railway network. Trains offer significantly higher profits than buses. Once you have accumulated some capital, you should expand your rail lines, connecting multiple industrial sites and cities. Planning efficient routes, especially for processing plants, is emphasized, ideally with separate lines for raw materials and finished goods. Lesson 5 looks at considering new modes of transport. After building a robust rail network, evaluate options like monorails, which are faster than trains and appear later in the game. Sea routes are powerful for connecting specific points, and air transport becomes invaluable for linking distant, isolated areas. Choosing the right transport method depends on the terrain and the goods being moved to maximize profit. This page continues the overview of Transport Tycoon vehicles, with tables detailing the basic performance of various road vehicles, ships, and aircraft. These tables provide key stats like speed, capacity, lifespan, and the game's cost-performance rating, allowing players to compare and choose the best transport for different needs. The page then delves into the strategic challenge of in-game subsidies. These offer a significant financial boost, but are temporary, lasting only 1 year. The guide emphasizes that the real test comes after the subsidy ends, requiring players to efficiently redeploy or retire the vehicles used on that route to maintain profitability. Lesson 6 focuses on shifting strategy in the later game, specifically contributing to urban development. Once the basic transport network is established, increasing profits relies on helping cities grow. While cities develop naturally, players can actively participate through investments like constructing new buildings or running advertising campaigns to boost passenger numbers and expand the potential customer base. Finally, the page highlights the game's core structure, culminating in the final results displayed after 100 years of gameplay, signifying the long-term nature of the simulation and the impact of the player's decisions over a century. This page dives deep into the statistics for the SEGA Saturn baseball game, GQ Powerful Pro Yaku S. It presents a comprehensive reveal of all player data across both the Central and Pacific Leagues. For each player listed from teams like Yakult, Hiroshima, Giants, and Yokohama, key attributes are detailed. These include their name, MCE, confirmed at the bottom to stand for meat cursor, power, arm strength, running speed, and fielding ability. Crucially, the data also includes a list of special abilities, referenced by numbers. Below the player tables, there's a detailed list explaining each of these numbered special abilities for fielders. These abilities provide unique characteristics and advantages in gameplay, giving players insight into how each athlete will perform on the field. This data would be invaluable for players strategizing and team building within the game. This page continues the deep dive into the player statistics for GQ Powerful Pro Yaku S. Just like the previous page, it lays out comprehensive data for players, this time focusing on teams from the Pacific League, Hanshin, Orix, and Kintetsu. For each player you get essential attributes like their name, MC score, power, arm strength, running speed, and fielding ability, alongside numerical references for their special abilities. But it doesn't stop there. This page also provides invaluable information about the game's success mode. It explains the evaluation system used by the manager and outlines the path to the first team, detailing what factors influence your progression and promotion. Crucially, it breaks down how specific actions during games impact your evaluation score, with separate sections for batting and pitching. You'll see points awarded for things like hits, home runs, and strikeouts, but also penalties for errors or walks, giving you a clear picture of what the manager values. Finally, there's a useful chart showing how the manager's comments about your player change based on their overall evaluation score. Different score ranges trigger distinct phrases from "I don't know much about them" at the low end, all the way up to "an amazing player" at the top. This feedback loop is key to understanding your progress and what you need to work on in success mode. This page continues the extensive player data coverage for the baseball game, likely GQ Powerful Pro Yaku S, based on the context. It's dedicated entirely to displaying detailed statistics in table format. The top section presents data for fielders from teams including Seibu, Nippon Ham, and Orix, listing key attributes like power, arm strength, running speed, and fielding ability. The larger bottom section provides equally detailed data for pitchers from various teams such as Yakult, Yokohama, Hiroshima, Giants, Chunichi, Hanshin, and Orix. For pitchers, stats include maximum speed, control, stamina, and specific pitch types like sliders, curves, and forkballs, with a handy key provided to explain the abbreviations used for the different pitches. This is a straightforward presentation of raw player data for fans looking to analyze team rosters and player capabilities within the game. This page continues the comprehensive player data coverage for the baseball game, likely GQ Powerful Pro Yaku S. It presents detailed statistics for both fielders and pitchers across several teams, including Daiichi, Kintetsu, Lotte, Seibu, Nippon Ham, Daiei, and Orix. The top tables focus on fielders, listing key attributes such as MC cost, power, arm strength, running speed, fielding ability, and special abilities, providing a numerical breakdown of player capabilities in the field and at bat. The larger bottom section is dedicated to pitchers, displaying their maximum pitching speed, control, stamina, and proficiency, with various pitch types like sliders, curves, and forkballs, alongside their fielding ability and special traits. A separate, prominent section explains the numbered special abilities for pitchers, detailing how these unique skills impact gameplay, such as recovery speed, performance under pressure, interaction with runners, release point consistency, and ability to deceive the CPU. This page serves as an essential reference for players wanting to delve into the numerical details and special traits of each player within the game's roster. This page features two distinct columns. At the top is Messages from Tomomi Sakurai's Heart, Volume 6, a column by the voice actress Tomomi Sakurai, accompanied by an illustration of her in front of Tokyo Tower. She shares personal anecdotes about her busy schedule, including rehearsals, being moved by Christmas illuminations near Tokyo Tower, and a chance visit to a shrine where she drew a very lucky fortune slip. An information box below mentions her appearance in an upcoming Christmas live event. The bottom half presents Izumi Takimoto's notes. Number 7. A charming manga column by artist Izumi Takimoto. This installment humorously details an experience playing the Monster Collection trading card game, specifically focusing on participation in a tournament and interacting with various friends and colleagues during the game, capturing the fun and occasional frustration of competitive TCG play. This page features a column by manga artist Tatsuneko titled, Let's Puff Out Our Chests and Sway. It starts with a humorous note about the editor being hospitalized after tackling a curved mirror and gives a vote to the nurse. Tatsuneko introduces themselves and discusses the SEGA Saturn port of Dead or Alive, acknowledging its reputation as a wobbly game due to its physics. While noting this aspect, they also praise the game's high quality as a fighting game and recommend it. The author mentions initially playing as Kasumi in the arcade, but switching to Lei Feng in the Saturn version, humorously citing her maid costume as the reason. They express a wish for non-random victory poses and a playful desire for more independent breast physics in a potential Dead or Alive 2. The page includes charming illustrations of characters, including a comparison of chest sizes with accompanying commentary, and chibi art representing the author's reactions. The bottom bar provides brief details about Tatsuneko, mentioning their interest in voice actress Ryo Natsuki, and promoting their manga, Frankenstein's Princess 1. This page is a reader survey postcard designed for SEGA Saturn Magazine. It provides clear instructions on how to complete the survey, including writing personal details on the front and filling out the questionnaire on the back using numerical codes within designated boxes, emphasizing neatness for processing. The survey covers various aspects of the reader's gaming life and feedback on the magazine. Questions ask about demographics like gender and age, occupation, the number of SEGA Saturn games owned, and which gaming magazines are regularly read. Readers are also asked which games they would like to see ported to the Saturn in the future and how often they send in the survey postcard. Crucially, the survey prompts readers to select articles they found most and least interesting from a provided list of this issue's content, Table 1, hardware they own or plan to buy from a hardware list, Table 2, and up to 10 software titles they wish to purchase in the future from a lengthy list of SEGA Saturn games, Table 3. It's a comprehensive method for the magazine to collect reader data and opinions directly. This page is a vibrant advertisement centered around the beloved Sakura Wars series, specifically announcing an original video animation, Ogava, adaptation titled Sakura Wars, The Gorgeous Blooming Cherry Blossoms. Driven by fervent fan demand, this animation finally brings the world of the Imperial Combat Review's Flower Division to the screen, promising to reveal the secret history behind the unit's formation. The artwork features the iconic members of the Flower Division, including Sakura Shinguji front and center, surrounded by her comrades like Sumire Kanzaki, Maria Tachibana, Kana Kirishima, and Iris Chateaubriand, all rendered in dynamic poses against a backdrop of cherry blossoms. The ad details the release information for the OVA series on LD and video, with the first act, The Flower Battle in the City of Flowers, scheduled for release on December 18th. It also mentions bonus features, like liner notes. Crucially for any Saturn enthusiast, the page prominently features an announcement for the highly anticipated SEGA Saturn game, Sakura Taisen 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, slated for a New Year '98 release, reinforcing the strong connection between the anime and the console series. The second OVA act is also mentioned with a February 1998 release date. This page is an advertisement for a Gateway 2000 G6233C computer system, presented as a Christmas limited special offer. It features the computer setup adorned with festive decorations, highlighting the Intel Pentium 2 processor, and its price of 239,800 yen. This page features an exciting year-end campaign from Koei, offering a limited premium pack. This special set includes strategy guides along with popular simulation titles. The advertisement showcases covers for games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms V and Decisive Battle 2I, promising great value for fans of Koei's historical and strategy genres. The promotion highlights a lineup of hit games, presenting a perfect opportunity to acquire titles you might have missed. Games available in the campaign include classics such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms V and Kongming's Story, Uncharted Waters 2, New Horizons, Bandit Kings of Ancient China, Taiko Rishaiden 2, Decisive Battle 2I, and the neo-romance title Angelique Special, all offered at specific prices. It's a call to action for gamers to grab these acclaimed titles before they're gone. The page also includes a SEGA Saturn logo, indicating compatibility for these releases. This page features the historical simulation game, Bandit Kings of Ancient China 2, known in Japan as Suikoden, Tendu 108 Sei, from Koei. The vibrant artwork showcases the legendary 108 heroes from the classic Chinese novel, highlighting their powerful presence and readiness for action. The text reinforces this, speaking of mighty heroes who can defeat even tigers, rampaging freely. As a veteran of Koei's strategy titles, Bandit Kings of Ancient China 2 plunges you into the world of the water margin. The game allows you to establish the rogue's strategic base at Liangshan and gather the 108 outlaws to overthrow the corrupt minister Gao Qua. Gameplay screenshots reveal the detailed strategic map where you'll manage your territory, cultivating fields and constructing essential buildings like forts, blacksmiths, and taverns, which grow and evolve in real time. It's a rich simulation of the classic story, brought vividly to life. The game is set to be released on December 18th and will be priced at 7,800 yen. For those without easy access to retail stores, mail order options are available. This page highlights two exciting simulation titles from Koei arriving on the SEGA Saturn. First up is Uncharted Waters Gaiden, a side story set in the acclaimed Uncharted Waters series, specifically building upon the system of Uncharted Waters 2. The vibrant artwork features the game's two new protagonists, a man and a woman, poised for adventure, hinting at the sea adventure romance promised in the text. Screenshots show the classic map exploration, character portraits, and port management views fans will recognize. The content emphasizes the series' trademark, high degree of freedom, enhanced story volume, and a dense narrative that surpasses previous entries, posing the central question of whether you'll follow a son of a pirate king or a Genova girl. The bottom half showcases the return of a historical simulation masterpiece, Nobunaga's Ambition, Sengoku Gunyuden. A striking illustration captures the intensity of feudal Japan with prominent samurai figures, representing the core theme of unifying the country under a single ruler. The text hails this as a Golden Tower of SLG, making its debut on the SEGA Saturn, allowing players to command unique warlords and pursue the dream of national unification. Both titles underscore Koei's strength in historical and strategic simulation genres, bringing beloved franchises to the platform. The page also includes basic company information and release details for both games. This page features a promotional advertisement for the official Super Robot Wars Perfect Guide for the SEGA Saturn. Hailed as the strategy guide for the highest peak of the series, it promises a comprehensive look at the game. The guide is packed with information, including detailed data on the robots and pilots featured in Super Robot Wars Fry, in-depth map strategies, system explanations, a story chart, and data analysis. It's positioned as an essential tool for players tackling what the magazine calls the strongest entry in the Super Robot Wars saga at the time. The page includes vibrant artwork featuring a collage of iconic super-deformed mechs from the various anime properties crossing over in the game, such as Gundam and Evangelion units. The guide is a substantial 136 pages and retailed for 950 yen. This page of SEGA Saturn Press features the character Manmaru from the game Ninja Pen Manmaru prominently displayed, hinting at coverage within the issue. The page is dedicated to highlighting upcoming and recently released SEGA Saturn software. One section introduces the latest titles available now, urging readers to catch up. It lists games such as Kunoichi Torimonocho, a ninja detective game, Monica no Shiro, Monica's Castle, Sugaventure, Dragon Master Silk Gaiden, a fantasy adventure side story, Prey Doll Disc Volume 11, likely a video collection, and Enemy Zero, part of the SEGA Saturn Collection reissue. Another section looks ahead at software releasing soon, presenting a big introduction to highly anticipated games nearing launch. This includes titles like R.M.J., The Mystery Hospital, Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, a popular fighting game. Zaps. Snowboarding Tricks, 98. Wizardry. Nemesis, an entry in the classic RPG series. Ninja Pen Manmaru itself. Akuma Zensho. Daini Shu, likely a collection, possibly related to Megami Tensei or similar. Hokago Renai Club. Koi no Etude, a romance simulation. Soku Seitokai, a student council game. And Hansha de Spark. Reflection Spark. The page serves as a concise guide to what's new and what's coming for the Saturn player. This page features the Sega Saturn game, Kunoichi Torimonocho, a growth adventure title released on February 5, 1998. It's a port from the PC version with skillful arrangements, making it feel fresh even for returning players. Set in Japan's Edo period, the game stars Saho Seiran, a kunoichi serving the shogun who investigates various incidents. Gameplay is primarily adventure style for solving cases, but battles against adversaries utilize a card battle system. Players manage Saho's status, including various ninja-related stats and training progress, visible on a status screen. Movement is handled efficiently, allowing quick travel across the map. Card battles involve drawing cards randomly from a player-selected deck. Attacking builds up kin energy, enabling powerful secret technique cards when full. Examples shown include standard attacks like Shuriken and strategic moves like Mental Focus and Clone, alongside the devastating Ashura secret technique. Outside of the main quest, minigames are available at stalls in Edo, such as a shooting game and a mold-breaking game, providing light-hearted diversions. The game promises a mix of investigation, strategic card combat, and engaging minigames. This page features 2 upcoming titles for the Sega Saturn. First up is Faradun, an action RPG previously announced under the same title, now appearing with a renewed presentation. The game is set in the kingdom of Faradun, which is attacked by the dark wizard Mithridates. The story follows 3 protagonists: Monica, the kingdom's second princess and a skilled swordswoman; Leon, a mercenary; and Melkart, a thief. A key feature highlighted is the transformation system. Standing on special magic circles on the map allows the characters to transform. Monica becomes a red bird, Leon a blue wolf, and Melkart a silver mouse, each likely with unique abilities to navigate traps and obstacles. Screenshots showcase the game's isometric perspective, combat animations including standard attacks, chained attacks, defense, and magic use, and the transformation effect. The second game is Sugo Bensha Dragon Master Silk Gaiden, a side story to the fantasy RPG Dragon Master Silk, this time presented as a board game style title. It features familiar characters from the original, plus new additions like Ruri and Shirato Miyuki, a high school girl, who join the battle against the Demon King. Players choose one of 5 characters as their partner for the adventure. Progression involves board game movement, leading to battles and conversations that level up the partner character. Screenshots show character portraits and the board game map interface. The review notes the unique blend of RPG elements within a board game structure and highlights the distinct personalities of the characters. This page features 2 exciting releases for the Sega Saturn. First up is Puradoru Disc Volume 11, starring Mayumi Hirasawa. This digital photo collection, the final entry in the series for the year, was published by Sada Soft and released on December 18th for 3,000 yen. It's packed with high-quality photos, a movie revealing Mayumi's 100 secrets, and a minigame that unlocks a bonus movie upon completion. Her profile is also included. Also highlighted is Enemy Zero, appearing as a Sega Saturn collection title. Originally from Warp, this adventure game is renowned for its unique premise of fighting invisible enemies, where players must rely entirely on sound cues to survive. This collection re-release, available December 11th on 4 discs for 2,800 yen, aims to make the game more approachable. The What's Easy section notes simplified combat mechanics, removing weapon and ammo limits, and adds a super easy mode to ease the difficulty, allowing more players to experience the game's intense atmosphere. This page features RMJ, The Mystery Hospital, Bandai's first full-fledged horror adventure game for the Sega Saturn. The game plunges players into a bacterial research facility, exploring the fear of an unseen threat, a deadly virus. Screenshots show in-game data displays detailing the Lamia virus and atmospheric scenes from inside the facility, including character models navigating corridors and rooms. The narrative follows a group who discover a hidden underground lab after a hospital outbreak, where they must find an exit and a way to fight the invisible pathogen, potentially by finding antibodies. The game's direction by Akiyoshi Imaseki, known for Aiko 16 years old, is highlighted as intensely psychological and suitable for both horror game fans and movie enthusiasts. RMJ. The Mystery Hospital is a single-player adventure title that was released on December 18, 1997, for 6,800 yen, and is recommended for all ages. It is listed as being 100% complete. This page delves further into RMJ, The Mystery Hospital, focusing on the character Hajime Ohishi and the game's unsettling atmosphere. The top section highlights the fear of being alone in the bacterial research lab, detailing gameplay where Hajime must explore under a time limit while hearing distress calls. Screenshots show him navigating the facility and even wearing a biohazard suit. Below, Hajime's profile and an interview reveal his perspectives. He recounts the terrifying experience of being trapped and exploring the lab, stating that while the environment was horrifying, the scariest part was being separated from his friends. The page also showcases some disturbing elements encountered in the lab, described as unpleasant things, including creatures and mutated guinea pigs used in experiments. These visuals are accompanied by character quotes expressing revulsion and fear. Finally, a section introduces the nurse character Aya Kisaragi and a unique bonus feature, finding real-life photos of her model, Sayoko Kobayashi, hidden within the game's lab environment, hinting at a collectible element for players. This page continues, exploring the terrifying world of RMJ, the Mystery Hospital, focusing on two more key characters and their harrowing experiences. The central theme revolves around the question, why am I in such a state? At first, that's all I could think about. The page features profiles and interviews with Misato Hayakawa, a young model, and Tomura Ryuga, a top skater. Misato recounts being at the hospital due to illness when the explosions began. She initially felt relief upon meeting Hajime and the others, but was constantly thinking, why is this happening to me? She found the explosions even more frightening than the virus itself, describing the dust and intense heat. Despite the fear, she is described as a person who acts quickly, but regrets being unable to help Tomura and Aya when they were infected. Tomura, described as someone who might be immortal after surviving 2 infections, shares his perspective. He found the reality of possibly dying after the first infection terrifying. When infected the second time, he felt immense gratitude hearing his friends working hard to save him. He wonders if his main role in the story is just getting infected by the virus. Screenshots scattered throughout show characters in distress, falling, and in various unsettling environments, highlighting the peril they face from both the virus and the mysterious explosions. The page captures the personal struggles and fear of these survivors in the chaotic hospital. This page dives into the world of Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. It serves as an introduction to the game's systems and various commands now that it's available on Saturn. The page explains the game mechanics, highlighting different types of throws and follow-up attacks you can perform after landing a successful throw, adding depth to close-range combat. It emphasizes that mastering these techniques is crucial for success. Featured on this page are detailed command lists for several fan-favorite characters, including Terry Bogard and JB Bogard, Joe Higashi, and Mai Shiranui. These sections provide the necessary button inputs to execute their special moves, super moves, and potential abilities. The goal here is to guide players through the core actions and techniques for these fighters, making it easier to jump into the game. Screenshots illustrate some of the character actions and gameplay. The next page continues the deep dive into Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, moving beyond the basic systems and core fighters to cover more specialized techniques and additional characters. It details important combat mechanics like special moves, requiring unique inputs, mid-attacks, designed to hit crouching opponents, anti-air attacks, for dealing with jumping opponents, pursuing attacks, hitting opponents as they fall, and the unique getting up attacks, usable only by Mai, Bob, Franco, and Yamazaki to attack while rising. The text emphasizes that mastering these, especially mid and pursuing attacks, is key to victory. Command lists are provided for Sokaku Mochizuki, Bob Wilson, Hanfu, and Blue Mary, outlining the inputs for their various moves, including throws, special moves, super moves, and potential abilities. Screenshots showcase characters like Blue Mary executing a move on Joe Higashi, Franco bash fighting Tung Fu Ru, and Hanfu landing a hit. This page provides essential information for players looking to master these specific characters and utilize a wider range of offensive and defensive options in Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. This page continues the exploration of Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, delving into more advanced combat techniques beyond the basics. It introduces line sending attacks, a move that knocks opponents to the opposite line, crucial for strategic positioning, usable by several fighters including Terry, Mai, Franco, and Geese. It also covers special moves, the unique signature attacks for each character with varied uses, and break shots, a defensive counterattack requiring power gauge that can interrupt opponents and provide invincibility frames. The guide then details super special moves, powerful techniques requiring complex inputs, often capable of being cancelled from normal moves for devastating combos. Finally, potential abilities are highlighted as the most destructive attacks, available when the power gauge is full, with some characters like Franco having additional input requirements. The page provides essential move lists for 4 characters: Franco Bash, Ryuji Yamazaki, Jin Chonshu, and Jin Chonrei. These lists cover their various techniques, including throws, special moves, and super moves. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate the characters and some of the described techniques in action, such as Ryuji Yamazaki performing a move and Jin Chonshu or Jin Chonrei executing attacks. This information is vital for players looking to master specific characters and utilize the full range of offensive and defensive options in the game. This page continues the in-depth guide to Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, showcasing the movesets for 8 more fan-favorite characters. You'll find comprehensive lists detailing throws, special moves, super special moves, and potential abilities for Duck King, Kim Kafwan, Billy Kane, Cheng Sinzan, Tung Fu Ru, Lawrence Blood, Wolfgang Krauser, and Geese Howard. Each character's unique techniques are laid out with the corresponding button inputs, providing players with the essential information needed to master their chosen fighter and utilize their full offensive and defensive potential, building upon the combat mechanics discussed on the previous page. The next page showcases Zap! Snowboarding Tricks 98, a renewed and powered-up snowboarding game for the SEGA Saturn designed to make winter even hotter. Supervised by professional boarders, this game aims to deliver a realistic and exciting snowboarding experience, building upon the previous year's title. You'll find 4 engaging modes: time competition, where the goal is the fastest clear time; freestyle, focused on performing stunning air tricks; championship, which combines results across stages for an overall ranking; and versus mode, offering thrilling head-to-head speed races against a friend. The page confirms the game has reached 100% completion and is set for release on December 18th for 5,800 yen from Pony Canyon/TV Tokyo. As a sports game with 2-player versus play recommended for all ages, Zap! Snowboarding Tricks 98 is sure to be a blast on the slopes. This page provides a breakdown of the various courses and modes available in Zap! Snowboarding Tricks 98. You'll find a diverse range of challenges designed to test your skills. The downhill courses offer traditional runs, integrating both riding and trick techniques, with varying difficulty and tricky corners, where mastering lines and timing is key. The air trick mode focuses purely on aerial maneuvers, allowing you to combine inputs for spectacular grabs and spins. The half pipe is a classic, demanding technical skill for continuous jumps and offering unique tricks not found elsewhere. Practice in freestyle mode is recommended here. For pure jump performance, the straight jump mode simulates an Olympic event, challenging you to execute the most technical tricks from a ramp. Dual slalom brings a race against gates, requiring precise edge control. Finally, the Super Dual Slalom stands out as a super difficult course designed by pro boarders, incorporating tricky banks and elevation changes for a truly challenging experience. The page emphasizes that the timing and feel of the game, tuned by professionals, aim for a realistic snowboarding sensation across all these modes. This page features an interview with the pro snowboarders who supervised Zap! Snowboarding Tricks 98, Bubbles Kiyama and Katsuo Misawa. They discussed the game's development, explaining how the idea originated from video production work. Misawa mentions their initial lighthearted approach, but emphasizes their focus on creating a realistic experience. Sidebars highlight key aspects. Reality praises the game's lifelike motion during jumps and landings, as well as detailed environmental factors like elevation changes and snow texture. Fashion points out the inclusion of real-world snowboard wear and board brands, tied into the character skill system, with attention paid to details like brand names on the underside of boards. Screenshots accompany the text, showing gameplay, skill customization menus, and character/board selection, visually supporting the discussion on realism and gear detail. This page continues the discussion about ZAP. Snowboarding Tricks 98 with supervisors Bubbles Kiyama and Katsuo Misawa, delving deeper into the game's realism and feel. They explain how the game aims to capture the natural sensation of sliding on snow and the importance of weight and balance, contrasting it with the sometimes overly smooth feel of modern vehicles. Misawa highlights how proper technique, like carving with outlines, is key to gaining speed through turns, and that mastering these skills through practice is a core part of the game's depth and replayability. A profile introduces Hayato Bubbles Maruyama, a leading Japanese snowboarder who supervised the game. He offers advice for newcomers to the sport, emphasizing starting slowly and understanding your limits, noting that modern equipment makes it easier to get speed quickly. He even suggests playing the game itself can be a form of image training for actual snowboarding. The page also promotes related media under the ZAP brand, including the ZAP video series, which features top Japanese riders and techniques, and the ZAPs soundtrack, containing rock music chosen by the snowboarders themselves, including tracks from the game. Screenshots show gameplay, showcasing the realistic environments, trick performance, and the game's interface with scoring and time details. The style section highlights the game's emphasis on individual player expression through customizable abilities, gear, and character-specific animations. This page introduces Wizardry Nemesis, a significant new direction for the classic Wizardry series on the SEGA Saturn. Developed in Japan, this installment, sometimes considered the 8th entry in the lineage developed there, takes the series in a bold new direction. The story revolves around the legend of the 7 charms and a destructive energy unleashed in the land of Nizera. The biggest departure is the combat, which moves away from the traditional command-based system to real-time action. Players will engage enemies directly, using attacks, magic, and items in dynamic battles. Unlike previous party-based adventures, Nemesis focuses on a solo protagonist who starts from humble beginnings, like a peasant or apprentice, and grows in skill and gains more advanced professions. The game emphasizes real-time progression, with events happening and enemies potentially appearing as time passes. The developers note the game is nearly complete, showing a 99% completion rate, with a scheduled release date of January 22, 1998, priced at 6,800 yen. Screenshots showcase the first-person dungeon-crawling perspective and the action-oriented combat against various monsters, promising a fresh experience for both newcomers and longtime fans of the series. The producer expressed satisfaction with the Saturn version's quality, highlighting the impressive graphics and sound. This page dives deeper into the world of Wizardry Nemesis, focusing on the central quest, collecting the 7 charms, described here as the sole method to save the world. The journey begins in the town of Garaken, where the protagonist, a lone traveler, is rescued by the sage Darien and learns about the encroaching evil and the importance of gathering these legendary items. A crucial element is mastering elemental magic, based on the relationship between air, earth, fire, and water, which players will learn early on. Progression involves key actions like searching the environment for clues and items, engaging in conversations with NPCs to gather information and hints, and using synthesis to combine items into new, useful objects, such as mixing insects with a pot. The game world unfolds across areas like the starting town of Garaken, a vital source of information and initial gear. From there, players will venture into the forest of Tarlian, home to the reclusive Hargani tribe, who guard a charm and request aid. This leads to the treacherous underground Hargani world, a desolate dungeon filled with dangers but also powerful items, and crucially, the location where the first legendary charm can be obtained. Screenshots throughout the page showcase the first-person exploration, interface, and key locations like the town, forest, and dungeon puzzles. This page introduces Linda M. Curry and her brother from Surtech, the creators behind the venerable Wizardry series, who visited Japan. This feature is an interview where they discuss the latest entry, Wizardry Nemesis, and the history of the series. Wizardry Nemesis is highlighted as the 18th game in the series, noted for simplifying some of the previously complex game systems to appeal to a wider audience, from newcomers to longtime fans. The interview touches on the game's reception, noting that PC versions of Wizardry have historically been stronger in North America compared to consoles like the SEGA Saturn, although Nemesis was released on multiple platforms including Saturn. They also briefly discuss future possibilities, mentioning online wizardry as part of their long-term strategy, though acknowledging technical challenges at the time. A significant point discussed is character progression in Nemesis. Unlike earlier games, there is no detailed initial character creations. Instead, the protagonist starts as a simple farmer and grows throughout the game, learning magic and combat skills. Character development is dynamic, influenced by the player's actions. For example, using magic frequently increases the character's magic power. Players will experience this growth dynamically as they play. Screenshots show elements of the game's interface and thematic imagery, including an ancient book and the in-game compass and status display. This page features Norman A. Sirotek, president of Surtech and brother of Linda M. Curry, offering further insights into the legendary Wizardry series. The page includes a section defining Wizardry as a representative computer RPG, highlighting its core elements of 3D dungeon crawling, strategic combat with swords and magic, and challenging game balance, where careful planning is key to survival. It also provides a history of Surtech, founded by Fred Sirotek in 1981, detailing the company's origins in business software before finding massive success with the first Wizardry game. The interview continues, discussing Surtech's development philosophy and their strategy for expanding the market for RPGs, aiming to make them accessible while retaining the depth that defines the genre. Norman shares his perspective on the series' journey and its reception, reflecting on the impact of wizardry on the gaming landscape. This page previews Ninpen Manmaru, a full polygon action game based on the popular Ninja Penguin anime. The game utilizes CG graphics to bring the world and characters to life, featuring the protagonist, Manmaru, embarking on a training journey. Showcased with several in-game screenshots, the title promises engaging gameplay across 6 diverse stages, each with increasing complexity. Players will encounter 4 distinct areas and challenging boss stages featuring rival characters. Boss battles include modes like coin collection and tag, adding variety to the encounters. The page also reveals a game-original boss character named Kaid. Set to be published by Enix, the game was released on December 18 for 5,800 yen, recommended for ages 6 to 128. It is a single-player experience. The development is noted as being 100% complete at the time of this preview, with the producer expressing anticipation for the release and encouraging fans to watch the anime series airing on Saturday evenings. This page dives deeper into Ninpen Manmaru, detailing some of the core gameplay mechanics. Titled, How to Train Ninpen Manmaru Method 1, Review. It serves as an instructional overview. You'll spend time in the game's fields, moving around and collecting coins, as shown in a screenshot, with the game's U displaying collected coins and time. The page confirms each stage is divided into 4 distinct areas, excluding the boss battle. Rival battles are highlighted, with screenshots showing opening scenes featuring Manmaru and his opponents. Text explains that these battles are a significant part of the game. A screenshot of a rival battle in progress is shown, emphasizing that losing these particular encounters results in losing one of Manmaru's lives. A notable mechanic detailed is the time bonus awarded for clearing the 4 standard areas within a stage. Finishing faster grants a better message at the goal screen, cool, good, or bad, which provides bonus lives for Manmaru. 2 for cool, 1 for good. The page also prominently features the game original boss character, Kaid, a formidable bear armed with a sword. Finally, the save screen is presented, indicating that saving is possible after clearing the stage and boss battle, but not during the boss fight itself. Finishing the stage successfully leads to the next challenge, highlighted by the next stage graphic. The next page continues the training guide for Ninpen Manmaru, focusing on how the character recovers and manages lives. It's titled, How to Train Method 2. It covers losing lives when Manmaru's stamina runs out, which happens if he's hit by enemies or stage hazards, or if the time limit expires. However, the page assures the player not to worry too much, as there are ways to recover. Key recovery methods are highlighted. Cloud balls found in certain areas can fully restore Manmaru's stamina. Collecting 100 coins scattered throughout the levels grants an extra life, with larger super big coins counting as 10 regular coins. Defeating enemy characters, referred to as annoying characters, also awards coins. Finally, the page details the game's continue system. If Manmaru loses all his lives, he can continue by winning a coin collection race on a special stage against the character Baroto. This coin collection challenge is described as a fundamental skill used not just for continues but also in rival battles against characters like Gyutaro and Kaede. This page features an interview with Mikio Igarashi, the original author of the manga Ninpen Manmaru, and Ho Ho no Ho. The interview delves into his background as a manga artist and the unique world and characters he created, particularly the ninja animals in Ninpen Manmaru. Igarashi reveals that many character ideas, apart from the main cast, were actually submitted by readers through a fan corner in the magazine where the manga was serialized. He shares his thoughts on seeing his work adapted into a SEGA Saturn game, expressing his joy and surprise, especially at how well the character Sakugakun was brought to life. He recommends that players read the original manga before playing the game for a deeper appreciation. The page also includes screenshots of the game showcasing different environments and the protagonist. This page presents the Devil Summoner Soul Hackers Demon Compendium Volume 2, a companion software packed with content for fans. Atlas is bringing this CG library, completed at 100%, to SEGA Saturn on December 23rd for 2,800 yen, recommended for all ages. This collection allows players to revisit the impactful moments from Soul Hackers. You can explore over 300 demons from the game in stunning detail, with beautiful graphics. The main menu offers access to options, a novel mode featuring side stories about characters like Spooky, a comprehensive demon compendium, and a sound room. The sound room is a particular highlight, letting you fully enjoy the game's excellent music. It includes 29 tracks used in Soul Hackers, displaying where each song was used in the game alongside the music. You can listen in normal, random, or programmed modes, and watch adorable Jack Frost characters dance along to the tunes. Screenshots showcase BGM scenes like First Contact Amami Airport and Chess by the Window, giving a taste of the atmospheric music included. This compilation seems like an essential deep dive for anyone who loved Soul Hackers. This page delves deeper into the features of the Devil Summoner Soul Hackers compilation software. A major highlight is the Demon Fusion Simulator, a dream come true for demon summoners. You can simulate fusions with all the demons from Soul Hackers, choosing 2 or 3 demons to combine. The software lets you search for demons by criteria like species or level, and instantly see the fusion results. This is perfect for trying out high-level fusions you couldn't risk in the main game. Next up is the Extra Dungeon. This looks like a challenging bonus area, hinted at by the screenshot showing a dungeon entrance with a moon phase and money/Maka count. The text suggests this dungeon features demons that can only be obtained through fusion in the main game, and perhaps even high-level light-aligned demons you might be able to recruit. It requires save data from the main game to play. Finally, the novel mode presents additional stories set about a year before the main Soul Hackers game in Amami City. These stories, featuring characters like Spooky and a new character named Dinner who only appears here, offer background and context that fans of the main game might find fascinating. The screenshots show character portraits and scenes from these side stories. This mode is definitely something fans won't want to miss for the extra lore and character insights. This page is all about the upcoming love simulation game After School Love Club from Kid for the SEGA Saturn. Development is nearing completion, standing at a solid 98%. This highly anticipated title is set to launch on January 15th, with a standard edition priced at 6,300 yen and a limited first edition at 6,800 yen. It's recommended for players aged 18 and over and comes on 2 discs. The striking illustration featuring 2 girls in school uniforms is confirmed to be the official jacket art for the Saturn release. As a special release campaign bonus, players can use application tickets included with the game to potentially receive student IDs identifying them as members of the Love Club. For collectors, the limited first edition includes a bonus hybrid card set containing 5 cards. These cards feature characters from an upcoming work by Libido, and they are part of a larger set where 9 cards combine to form a single, large illustration. Several examples of these cards, depicting characters in various outfits, are shown at the bottom of the page. This page provides an introduction to some of the members of the Love Club from the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, After School Love Club. The page features prominent swimsuit illustrations for 3 characters, alongside their profiles, and small in-game screenshots showing dialogue. The characters introduced are Yamashina Mizuho, a 4th-year education university student aiming to be a teacher, who is strong-willed, but feels guilty about her curiosity towards the opposite sex. Next is Wakatsuki Anna, a second-year junior high student who dislikes being treated like a child and desires a mature, exciting romance, often idolizing older characters. Finally, Sonozaki Misao is introduced, a confident character who enjoys beautifying herself and works part-time, known for her nice figure and for teasing the protagonist. Each profile includes their name, birthday, school year, blood type, and measurements, offering a glimpse into their personalities and backgrounds. The page also mentions a present campaign, offering after-school love club posters to 20 winners. This page previews Shonen Giken, Sonic Council, a 2D fighting game from Banpresto based on a popular manga series. Nearing completion at 99%, this title was set for a January 1998 release in Japan, featuring two-player competitive action recommended for all ages. The game utilizes a standard fighting game control scheme with one lever for movement and direction, and 6 attack buttons for weak, medium, and strong punches and kicks. Beyond basic maneuvers like jumping and guarding, the page highlights the game's special move system, known as Hisatsuwaza, some of which are character-specific and powerful, including the Iron Arm special move, tied to a gauge that fills as you fight. Interesting combat mechanics include stun effects, where successful attacks can leave opponents dazed, and launching moves that send opponents airborne for follow-up attacks. The game also features dash attacks, initiated by double-tapping forward, which can lead into combinations. Crucially, the game incorporates the ability to cancel into link techniques, allowing players to string together more complex and powerful combos by chaining attacks in sequence, especially using weak and strong inputs. Screenshots showcase various characters like Kumiko, Mika, Ayano, and Katsuya engaging in combat, illustrating the gameplay, and Yui elements like health and special move gauges. This page dives deeper into Shonen Giken, Sonic Council, introducing 5 of the 9 playable characters. First up is Honda Taizora, a balanced fighter excelling in air combat, notable for his Honda Taizora projectile. Ishida Yasunori is a speedy character who relies heavily on kick techniques, offering counterattack opportunities with moves like Seiju Shutai. Kaito Tetsuaki is presented as a powerful fighter, strong in projectiles and throws, capable of canceling long-range attacks into other moves, including his Dogen Dogen Oshikiri Ken. Sakakibara Yuko utilizes quick, tricky moves and excels at counterattacking despite her smaller stature, featuring techniques like spiral screw. Finally, Themika focuses on agile, evasive maneuvers and unique rolling attacks, capable of surprising opponents with attacks emerging from the ground. Screenshots accompany each character profile, showcasing specific special moves and the game's distinct art style, and use elements like health bars and character names during gameplay. This page delves into the next installment of the Tokimeki Memorial Drama series for the Sega Saturn, specifically Volume 2, titled Irodori no Love Song. The focus of this game is the story of Ayako Katagiri, one of the heroines from the original Tokimeki Memorial, and the events leading up to the second-year culture festival at Kirameki High School. Presented as a dramatic adventure, the game offers a single-player experience suitable for all ages. According to the completion status listed, the game is 90% finished and is anticipated for a spring release from Konami. The page features prominent character art of Ayako Katagiri in her school uniform, along with a musical note graphic and a red electric guitar, hinting at the game's themes. It also includes a section titled Playback that reminds players of Ayako's personality and role in the original Tokimeki Memorial game. Screenshots are provided, showing the visual style of this new volume, as well as nostalgic scenes featuring Ayako from the original title, allowing players to see the evolution of the character and presentation. This page continues the focus on the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 2, Irodori no Love Song. The article expands on the game's premise, following the player character, a guitarist preparing for Kirameki High School's Culture Festival, whose encounter with Ayako Katagiri from the art club leads him to reconsider his passion for music. The page features several screenshots depicting key moments, including conversations in the school hallways, band practice, and scenes in the art room and classroom, visually capturing the game's dramatic adventure style. Details are provided on the cast, announcing the voice actors for 3 new characters: Saori Kawashima as Mimisaki Suzune, Ryotaro Okiya Yu as Takumi, and Ryo Horikawa as Koji. The article also confirms that other popular heroines from the original Tokimeki Memorial, including Shiori Fujisaki and Saki Nijino, will appear in this volume, with minigames and side stories dedicated to characters other than Ayako Katagiri also being highlighted. There's also speculation regarding who will perform the game's theme song. A small sidebar promotes the previously released Volume 1 of the drama series. This page features a column titled, Around the Digiana World, Multimedia Communication, by Kazutoshi Otani, focusing on the Apple eMate 300 portable computer. The article discusses the device's significant popularity, noting its adoption by schools within 82% of the top U.S. school districts. It highlights features like its robust design, suitability for educational use, and long battery life. The piece also details the release of a long-awaited version with Japanese input capabilities, examining its functionality and usability for the Japanese market, including software like a planning tool and note-taking applications. A profile of the author, a technology writer interested in Macintosh, Newton, and various cameras, is included, along with contact information for a shop called the Newton Shop. This page serves as the introduction to a comprehensive guide covering recent and upcoming SEGA Saturn software releases. The prominent artwork features Marie from Atelier Marie, the Alchemist of Salzburg, fittingly highlighting the title prominently displayed within a circular emblem. Below the charming illustration, an index reveals the lineup of games covered in subsequent pages, including anticipated releases like Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, the fast-paced racer Sonic R, the strategic RPG Vandal Hearts, Ancient Civilization Lost, the popular crossover fighter X-Men vs. Street Fighter, the unique RPG Princess Crown, and several other notable titles such as A Girl Who Chants Love at the Edge of the World, and Saturn Bomberman Fight. The guide promises in-depth coverage of these titles, giving readers a feel for the strength of the year-end SEGA Saturn software catalog. This page provides a strategic guide for players of Atelier Marie, the Alchemist of Salzburg, focusing on how to effectively manage the game's 5-year time limit to achieve a good ending. The article explains that while the game doesn't have a traditional game over, simply playing through the 5 years without a plan will likely result in a less favorable outcome. The guide breaks down the recommended strategy year by year. Year 1 emphasizes building a financial foundation and stocking up on basic synthesis items, suggesting players only take on requests they can fulfill immediately. Year 2 advises transitioning to creating higher-level items and venturing into more distant locations for materials and experiences. Year 3 highlights the efficiency gained by hiring help, such as fairies and advisors like Kugel, to assist with collection and synthesis tasks. Year 4 suggests focusing on experiencing any missed events and challenging stronger monsters outside the city, now that the player's capabilities have grown. Finally, Year 5 is dedicated to final preparations, adjusting Marie's stats and abilities to meet the requirements for the various potential endings, which are influenced by factors like synthesized items, encyclopedia completion, and completed events. The page is illustrated with several screenshots showing key game elements, including Marie's Atelier, the item synthesis interface, character interactions, monster battles, and Marie's status screen, visually supporting the strategic advice provided for each stage of the 5-year journey. This guide details exclusive events in the SEGA Saturn version of Atelier Marie. A key new event focuses on MYU and Hoffen flowers, triggered by strong friendship and adventuring together. Other Saturn exclusive events are revisited. One involves the shopkeeper's eccentric father. Another features a shooting star that discounts stardust on a specific autumn day. The legendary 1,000-year turtle can be encountered with specific knowledge and location. Finally, the Twisted Daily Life event has Clace requesting a living broom, a difficult event requiring a completed prerequisite and a very high friendship level. Illustrations showcase Marie, MYU, and scenes from these unique events. This page is a detailed guide for Atelier Marie, focusing on events present in both the original PlayStation and SEGA Saturn versions. The guide reveals 24 out of the game's 88 events, providing occurrence conditions and hints to help players trigger them. It notes that events often happen when Marie is in her workshop or a specific location, but can be missed if she's busy crafting or adventuring. Key events covered include meeting essential adventurers like Lewin and Killy who can join your party, a pivotal battle against the bandit leader Shulbe, and initial introductory events featuring teacher Ingrid's guidance and Fisia's friendly visit to the workshop. Other notable events detail encounters with Clays, an intriguing solar eclipse event confronting the elusive phantom thief Dear Himmel, and interactions involving Prince Bredorf. The page features character portraits and screenshots depicting these moments, offering players a visual preview of important story beats and character introductions they will encounter during their journey. This page continues the comprehensive guide for Atelier Marie, detailing numerous events that add depth to the game world and character interactions. It covers various scenarios players will encounter throughout Marie's alchemical journey. Highlights include attending the lively summer festival with Sia, Event 29, assisting the weapon shop owner with a personal request for a hair restorer, Events 35 and 36, and moments related to the town's safety like the Royal Knights dispatching to eliminate monsters, Event 44. More mystical events are also covered, such as a mysterious midnight call leading Marie to the fairy tree, Event 46. Practical advice is given for navigating the town, including the necessity of a pass to enter the royal castle, Event 54, and details about the beneficial bargain sale at the Academy shop, Event 60. Several entries focus on meeting various characters like Lewin, Halesh, Kugel, and Mew at the flea market. Events 61, 62, 63, 66. Noting these encounters can depend on character relationships. The guide also touches upon personal character stories, revealing Kugel and Dio's fraternal bond and conflict, Event 68, and Mew's struggles with the cold climate, Event 72. Practical hindrances like mice eating ingredients in the workshop are even documented, Event 67. Each event description includes hints or conditions to help players trigger them, often mentioning specific locations like the workshop or the flea market, and the importance of checking notices or character friendships. This page introduces the complex character relationships in the Sega Saturn title, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. Released on December 4th by Elf, the game features the protagonist's stepmother, Arima Ayumi, known internationally as Yuno, who is central to the narrative as she deals with the recent apparent death of her husband, the renowned historian Arima Hirodai. The page uses portraits and connecting arrows to detail her connections to key figures like the protagonist Arima Takuya, the coastal construction site supervisor Hobun Hidehiko, journalist Asakura Kaori, who is investigating a lightning accident, and Ryuzu Kuzu, the head of Sakaimachi Academy, who researches Hirodai's work and the mysterious geotechnics company where Ayumi is employed. These profiles hint at the personal dramas, professional intrigues, and the overarching mystery surrounding Hirodai and the company that drive the game's narrative, which utilizes the unique ADM's multi-story system. The Sega Saturn version was priced at 7,800 yen, with a mouse bundle available for 9,800 yen, and was recommended for players aged 18 and above. This page dives into the strategy for Ayumi's route in A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. The upper section features a branching map, illustrating the different paths available in the game, highlighting where Ayumi's story intersects with others early on. Below that is a detailed flowchart guiding players through Ayumi's specific sequence of events and locations, starting from the prologue and moving through points like the shrine, geotechnics, your room, school, and the coast, marked with numbers indicating key branching points. Helpful tips are provided in the side boxes. Point A advises players who have seen ending E that they can skip going to geotechnics after waking up at the shrine and head straight to their room, streamlining the game. Point B details how to acquire the crucial Parallel World Construction Principle document by examining the desk in your room and choosing to read the document, confirming you've obtained the necessary artifact. Point C explains where you can pick up Mio's memo pad, noting it's not essential for Ayumi's story but is a good find. Finally, Point D highlights an event that only triggers during your very first playthrough when you interact in the study or your room, leading to a specific conversation with Ayumi. The page effectively combines visual flowcharts with practical advice to navigate this part of the game. This guide focuses on navigating Ayumi's route in The story unfolds amidst her personal struggles and community conflicts tied to a coastal construction project. The route involves visiting locations like the school, hall, and home, interacting with characters such as Akira, Kanade, and Ryuzo. Key events include investigations and a coastal briefing turned protest. A flowchart details the optimal sequence of actions. Crucially, players must retrieve the 20-page document by examining plants after meeting Ayumi at geotechnics. Avoid returning Mio's memo pad to remain on Ayumi's route. Interacting with Mio multiple times helps solidify this path. The guide emphasizes efficiency and avoiding story branches to successfully experience Ayumi's story. This page delves further into the A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World guide, specifically focusing on events related to Toyotomi. The page opens by asking what Toyotomi is plotting, detailing how Takuya follows him after he drops a photo of Ayumi near his house. Toyotomi is seen meeting two suspicious men on Central Street. A flowchart outlines the steps, beginning at the school entrance where Kizuki appears. It follows the path after choosing to take Kizuki's place, leading through locations like the infirmary, Takuya's home, Central Street, Meikyoji Park, and the living room, documenting key events like seeing Ayumi on TV and her appearing at Takuya's home. A dedicated section explains that while there's only one main branching point, point 20, the subsequent location visits determine the specific path. It notes that visiting geotechnics at this stage allows for a mini-event. Another point highlights obtaining a magnetic card near the end of the Meikyoji Park event, emphasizing its importance for clearing Ayumi's story, similar to the 20-page document. It warns against using the card on Ayumi immediately, as it will be lost. Finally, a point discusses a scene in the evening drugstore where examining a cigarette pack prompts questions, but any answer is acceptable to proceed with the story, suggesting choosing a surprising option for amusement. Screenshots show Toyotomi meeting the suspicious men, a monitor displaying Ayumi at a house, the magnetic card, and character interactions related to the flowchart path. This page offers a strategy guide for devil summoners, soul hackers, highlighting the Leon Car Factory and the Amami float areas. The game is an RPG from Atlas, released on November 13th, priced at 6,800 yen for a 2-disc set, and recommended for all ages. The guide kicks off by detailing the events leading to the Leon Car Factory. After helping Tomoko at the VR Art Museum, you return home to find her gone. A demon, encountered previously at the Amami Museum, reappears and drops an item that points towards the factory. The page includes maps for the 1st through 4th floors of the Leon Car Factory and lists the treasures found, such as healing items, currency, and equipment. It also lists the various demons that appear in this area. Following this, the guide covers the Amami float. Here the protagonist receives a challenge from the summoner organization known as the Phantom Society. They learn about a summoner who fights alongside them and are given the sword Mutsuno Kami. A challenge letter arrives via email from Finnegan, leading Yuichi to head to the Amami float alone, with Spooky following behind. The guide provides maps for the 1st, 5th, and 13th floors of the Amami float, lists the treasures available on these floors, and details the demons you'll encounter in this challenging area. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate key story moments and characters like Namisa, Yuichi, and Finnegan. This strategy guide for devil summoners, soul hackers, explores the VR Horror House, a crucial dungeon tied to Six's memories and illness. The guide offers detailed maps for various floors, 1F, B1F, 2-6, including sections like Childhood Memory and Wind of Reminiscence, showcasing the psychological nature of the virtual space. These maps reveal layouts, connections, and key points. The guide lists treasures, including chakra pots, a Tetraja stone, unique equipment, e.g., East Taishan's hat, and Maka. The primary goal is to navigate Six's memory maze to save her. The VR Horror House is inhabited by a diverse range of demons, from weaker enemies like Onmaraki and Jack Frost to powerful bosses such as Astaroth and Alciel. Players need strong demon parties and navigational skills to succeed. This page dives deeper into the intricate mechanics of Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, specifically focusing on demon transformation and various fusion techniques. First up is demon transformation, explaining how a demon's personality, particularly cunning and dull, dictates how they transform into items or equipment. Dull demons have a low chance of becoming items, while cunning demons transform into specific useful gear, like the female-exclusive Earl's Rock Gun or the Nyan Nyan Claw weapon. The guide also shows how other demons can turn into items like the Demon Tree Face Wash Cream. The page then details special fusion, a method distinct from the standard 2 Hardemon fusion. These special fusions result in unique demons based on their mythological origins, showcasing an example like fusing Kijo Bold and Yatagarasu Nyx to create Jashin Saturnus. Finally, sword fusion is explained, focusing on strengthening the nameless blade acquired after the Leon Motor Factory dungeon. By fusing demons with this blade, it gains attack properties based on the fused demon's attributes. The resulting 7-star swords possess various effects like slash, fire, ice, electricity, impact, sleep, charm, or poison, with some being specific to male or female wielders, offering strategic advantages in combat against different demons. This page features Volume 3 of the Paradigm Satamaga Forum, kicking off with a showcase of fan-submitted cover art for the magazine, this week featuring characters from Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, highlighting both protagonists. The forum also opens its VR Art Museum section, displaying impressive fan-created CG art and illustrations of various demons, with winners selected for the CG Award and Devil's I Love Award. The Megaton Conference Room delves into Soul Hacker's intricate demon fusion, Zuma, system, discussing how demon personalities affect transformation outcomes, and offering tips on efficient leveling through specific fusion methods. The Devil Summoner Q&A section answers fan questions about the game's lore, specifically pondering whether humans can be more fearsome than demons, and links it to the demonic social hierarchy and the power of summoners. Also featured is the This Week's Devil card, spotlighting the demon Moshobo, detailing its mythological origins and tragic nature as a vengeful spirit. The VR boutique Satamaga branch presents fan-designed character models, including one inspired by the character 6, noted for his rising popularity. Finally, the page concludes with a call for fan submissions like artwork and letters for upcoming issues. This page dives into the secrets of Sonic RAR, focusing on the final 2 hidden characters, the formidable Eggman Robo and the bizarre yet intriguing Tails doll. The guide explains that these are the last of the 5 unlockable racers in the game. It gives a brief rundown on each character, highlighting Eggman Robo's armed appearance and the Tails doll's nature as a cybernetic plushie, questioning its racing ability despite acknowledging its potential performance. The main focus is the detailed 3-step process for unlocking these characters. First, you need to collect 5 special tokens hidden on each course. Gathering all 5 allows you to enter a challenge race against the hidden character tied to that course. If you manage to win this one-on-one race, that character becomes permanently available on the character select screen. It's a classic unlock method that adds great replay value and a fun challenge for players aiming for a complete roster. This page continues the deep dive into Sonic RAR, focusing on the detailed performance characteristics of the 2 unlockable racers discussed previously, Eggman Robo and the Tails doll. The guide breaks down their abilities, noting Eggman Robo's surprisingly good handling despite a low top speed and its unique ring-powered bomb attack, offset by a somewhat clunky appearance. The Tails doll is described as having comparable acceleration to Tails, but also a low top speed, along with rather tricky handling. Its special ability is its strange, floating movement, which allows it to glide over water, giving it a unique feel that the reviewer suggests might be effective. The bottom half of the page is a treasure trove for completionists, revealing the locations of the hidden balloons required to unlock the final characters in time attack mode. It explains that collecting all 5 balloons on a course in time attack allows you to challenge the hidden character for that course. For versus mode, you need to collect 9 balloons. The page provides maps and tips for finding these crucial collectibles on 4 specific tracks: Resort Island, Radical City, Regal Ruin, and Reactive Factory, highlighting the best strategies for each course to efficiently gather the balloons and earn those challenge races. This page is a strategy guide for Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club. 2. Focusing on how to effectively manage your club and develop the surrounding town. It breaks down investment priorities based on the game's timeline. Early on, from years 3 to 10, the guide strongly recommends prioritizing investments in the clubhouse, specifically facilities related to training and player care. These improve player performance and help manage team morale and relationships, which are seen as essential foundational elements. From years 4 to 15, especially if you're aiming for a higher rank in the J.League, investing in the stadium becomes crucial to increase income. The guide highlights parking lots as particularly important early stadium additions because they are essential and directly boost attendance and revenue. While other stadium facilities like shops are mentioned, parking takes precedence. Property and financial investments are advised much later in the game, typically after the club is financially stable, around year 10 or later, and especially after 20 years, if aiming to turn your hometown into a major city. This requires massive capital. Finally, the page discusses the strategic use of sponsors, explaining that more complex, conditional sponsors appear as your club develops. Utilizing them effectively is key to progression, and demonstrates a deeper understanding of the game's management layer. Screenshots throughout the page show various investment menus and facility upgrade options within the game. This page is a comprehensive guide to sponsors in Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club. 2. Revealing their contract conditions and fees. It includes an index listing various sponsor types by industry and name, covering everything from local organizations and construction companies to food manufacturers, chemical companies, electronics firms, and more. The main part of the page provides detailed breakdowns for the first 18 sponsors listed in the index. For each sponsor, you can see their industry, the typical contract duration, their company's scale, based on sales and employee count, the annual or monthly base fee they offer, and any specific conditions tied to the sponsorship. These conditions can range from requiring the club to maintain a certain league position or achieve specific match results. The page also offers strategic advice, emphasizing the importance of carefully considering sponsor contracts. It warns against signing long-term deals with low-fee sponsors just out of immediate financial need, as this can block opportunities with more lucrative sponsors later on. A special note is made about local sponsors, whose generic names become visible as the club grows, and their value increases in line with the club's success, reflecting the game's emphasis on developing the team alongside its hometown. Understanding these sponsor details is vital for securing the necessary funds to build a competitive team and upgrade club facilities, a core part of the game's management simulation. This guide details potential sponsors in Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club 2, covering sponsors from 19 to 46 across various industries like manufacturing, services, utilities, and media. Each entry includes industry, contract length, company size, and the base fee. Crucially, the guide outlines contract conditions that players must meet to secure or maximize sponsorship funds. These conditions involve achieving league positions, success in cup tournaments, facility upgrades, player selections, broadcast ratings, and player performance. These conditions are vital for strategic club development and squad management, as failure to meet them can result in lost revenue. Understanding these requirements is key to succeeding in the game. This page continues the comprehensive guide to potential sponsors in Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club 2. It presents entries from number 47 through 74, covering a wide array of industries beyond those on the previous page, such as food service chains, real estate, finance, apparel, communications, materials, transportation, publishing, and design. Each entry provides crucial data points for strategic gameplay, including the industry type, the potential contract duration, the company's scale indicated by sales and employee count, the base annual sponsorship fee, and, critically, the specific conditions tied to the contract. These conditions often require achieving certain league placements, cup success, meeting facility standards, or other performance metrics. As a manager, understanding these varying terms is essential for selecting sponsors that align with your club's current capabilities and future goals, ensuring you can meet the conditions to secure the promised funding. Failing to meet conditions can severely impact your club's finances, making careful selection and performance planning vital. This section expands the potential pool of sponsors, offering different benefits and challenges based on the company's profile and demands. This page dives into a comprehensive strategy guide for the second race and the final race in SEGA Touring Car Championship, focusing here on the Grunwald circuit. The guide highlights specific challenges on this technical track, which has a high average speed but bumpy road surfaces, demanding precise lines. The main strategic points covered are tackling the first corner and the final hairpin. It breaks down key tips into 5 points, each accompanied by a gameplay screenshot. These points discuss critical aspects like where to initiate corner entry, maintaining stability throughout the race, adhering to the optimal racing line, approaching corners early, and paradoxically, avoiding cutting too far into the inside of corners, especially hairpins, as this can be counterproductive to speed and stability. The guide also notes differences in strategy, depending on whether you are playing the arcade side or Saturn side version of the car handling. It's clear the focus is on maintaining speed and a smooth line to achieve the best times on this challenging circuit. The Brickwall Town Circuit in SEGA Touring Car Championship demands technical skill due to its narrow streets and lack of runoff. Success hinges on precise driving and acceleration control. Key challenges include the first corner, the S-curve, and the final hairpin. Strategies involve early corner entry and gear selection for the first turn, using the SEGA sign as a braking marker, utilizing the shortest racing line by cutting grass while avoiding overspeeding, maintaining controlled acceleration through the S-curve, and managing speed in the final section with a steady line. The guide also promotes a time attack contest, with prizes like official merchandise, including t-shirts, jackets, caps, and trophies. This page dives deep into Vandal Hearts, offering valuable data analysis and strategic insights to help players conquer the challenging simulation RPG. It emphasizes the importance of understanding enemy capabilities due to the game's balanced combat system, where player and enemy attack/defense differences aren't vast. A key feature highlighted is the class change system, detailing how characters can be promoted at level 10 and again at level 20. The page visually lays out the various promotion paths for the different base classes like Soldier, Archer, Mage, and Healer, showing their advanced and master forms. It also tantalizingly mentions the powerful hidden class, the Vandalier, unlocked by finding treasures in 6 secret stages. Beyond the class system, the guide provides specific tactical advice for battles in the later chapters, from Chapter 4 to Chapter 6. It offers concentrated strategies for specific scenarios, like navigating the town of Kanos, dealing with long-range threats in the Masai Great Forest, managing multiple enemy types in the Old Market Warehouse, handling reinforcements at the Magic Rail Station, and splitting your forces effectively in Dane Pass. The page features screenshots of these battles to illustrate the battlefield layouts and troop deployments discussed in the text. It's a practical guide focused on helping players overcome specific hurdles in the game. This guide provides strategic advice for Chapter 5 of Vandal Hearts, beginning with character class attribute charts, detailing movement, resistances, and magic use. It then presents a list of magical items, outlining their effects, ranges, and power. The core of the guide focuses on battle strategies for battles 25 to 30. Specific advice includes Wart Bay's narrow paths, Torn Mountain's critical bridge switch, Desk Plains strategic positioning, Scorching Cave's salamander boss battle, Frontier Village's enemy formations, and Oroi Lake's threats, particularly Rena, emphasizing their control. This battle-by-battle walkthrough assists players in navigating the later stages of the game. This page continues the comprehensive guide for Vandal Hearts, delving into Chapter 6 and providing vital information for the endgame. It features detailed lists of both ally and enemy magic, specifically mentioning that the SEGA Saturn version includes powerful new spells for the player characters, which help mitigate the difficulty of later stages. It also highlights unique spells used only by enemies. The guide then transitions into strategies for the final battles of the game. Battle 31 at Gaia's Fort involves confronting Crimson leaders and the challenging boss Kane, recommending the use of ranged attacks and magic to counter his healing abilities. Battle 32 at Cobalt Hill is described as an unusually easy stage, presented as an ideal opportunity to level up lower-level units, especially attack mages, in preparation for the final fight. Battles 33 and 34 cover the assault on capital Shumeria. Battle 33 acts as a demanding warm-up, requiring players to split their forces and deal with enemies attacking from 2 sides, including dangerous Bahamut romancers and showcasing the powerful Evil Stream magic. Battle 34 is the ultimate confrontation against Dolph, the game's final boss. The guide notes Dolph's high-level, varied attributes, and the need to manage enemy archers and Dolph's ability to change elemental weaknesses upon revival, providing tactical advice for securing victory in this climactic battle. This page continues the comprehensive guide for Vandal Hearts, presenting a crucial data list for enemy units. This extensive table is designed to equip players with vital information for strategic planning in combat. It details each enemy unit's name and class, along with key attributes, equipped weapons and armor, head and body, physical attack range, movement type, magic resistance, special resistance, MP pool, and any magic spells they can use. The accompanying text emphasizes the importance of understanding enemy magic resistance and available spells, noting that lower resistance values indicate higher durability against magic, and knowing which enemies can cast spells is essential for success. While the table itself is massive and lists dozens of unique enemy types with varying stats and abilities, its primary value lies in offering players a tactical edge by revealing enemy capabilities beforehand, especially their magical threats and vulnerabilities, which directly complements the magic and strategy discussions from the previous page. This page provides a guide to Chapter 2 of Galaxy Fraulein Una 3, Lightning Angel, highlighting its 2 significant branching points that alter the game's progression and party members. A flowchart clearly maps out the paths leading through various missions like Earth Orbit, Southern Star Ura, and Ghost Ship, culminating in the chapter's clear. The first branching point, A, occurs after successfully completing Mission 1. Players must choose whether to head towards Southern Star Ura or Food Planet Oishia, impacting which locations and missions they will experience next. The second branch, Point B, is determined by a minigame where successfully dodging incoming missiles leads to the deep-sea star Tsubetsu route, while failing results in heading to hottest star Achiya. Mission 1, Earth Orbit, is detailed as a tactical battle to rescue Misaki Ichiyoin, whose ship Licorice 2 is under attack. The objective is to defeat the enemy forces, with failure occurring if either Licorice 2 or Yuna is incapacitated. A key strategy tip emphasizes protecting Licorice 2 and utilizing Polyalena's powerful teleport skill for tactical advantage. Finally, the page introduces Misaki Ichijoin as a potential companion, providing her stats and noting her long-range attacks and versatile teleport ability make her a recommended core party member. The guide effectively outlines the critical choices and initial challenges players face in the game's second chapter. This page delves deeper into Chapter 2 of Galaxy Fräulein Yuna 3, specifically outlining the two distinct paths available for Mission 2. Players must choose between Mission 2A, Southern Star Yura, and Mission 2B, Food Planet Oishia, with each path offering a different experience and leading to a unique companion joining the party. Both routes feature a confrontation with Sakura, a powerful enemy and participant in the Six-Flower Battle. Mission 2A takes place on Southern Star Yura, where a giant plant in the center splits the map and can induce sleep if characters get too close to its red tip. The strategy involves splitting your forces, with weaker characters taking one side and the main group, including Yuna, targeting Sakura on the other. Completing this mission successfully adds Mari, a skilled long-range attacker with the helpful poison needle technique, to your team. Alternatively, Mission 2B on Food Planet Oishia presents a slightly tougher challenge. Yuri is initially separated from the group, limiting access to her recovery abilities. The level requires navigating obstacles and battling enemies along a riverbank. Succeeding here brings Kaika into the party. Kaika specializes in long-range combat, with her potent, low-cost T-attack skill, making her a valuable asset. The choice between paths ultimately hinges on which companion you prefer to recruit, and the specific mission challenges you wish to face. This page continues the guide for Galaxy Fräulein Yuna 3, detailing the branching path in Chapter 3, which is determined by the outcome of a missile evasion minigame. Depending on your performance in avoiding the 10 incoming missiles, the story proceeds to either Mission 3A or Mission 3B. Winning the missile evasion leads to Mission 3B, Hottest Star Acha. The major challenge here is the terrain, particularly areas of magma that damage characters and consume extra movement points. The guide notes that characters with 5 movement points can traverse the magma without issue. The boss for this route is Rakabana Achiyas. The strategy emphasizes waiting for the enemy to approach before engaging. Upon clearing this mission, Alefutina joins your party. She is highlighted as an expert in anti-boss combat, with her unique technique being particularly useful in future missions. Losing the missile evasion game sends you to Mission 3A, Extreme Sea Star Tsubeti. This map is split into 2 paths by a terrain feature, requiring you to divide your forces. The guide suggests sending your main unit down the lower path. The boss here is Rakabana Ranfa. Ranfa possesses a troublesome technique that drains your EP, so surrounding her and attacking from behind is crucial for victories. Successfully completing this mission recruits Luminar EF, whose powerful technique is noted as easy to use. The choice of path affects which of these 2 companions joins you. This guide covers the final missions of Chapter 2 in Galaxy Fräulein Yuna 3. It emphasizes preparation, including a mini-game in the Dimensional Sargasso that boosts Yuna's stats. Mission 4, Phantom Ship, requires protecting Byakko while avoiding combat with enemy versions of allies. The strategy is to use teleport to reach Byakko quickly and manage enemies effectively. Mission 5, Small Planet Chuchina, is a battle against the Shitenu, starting with Drake, who steals HP. Focus on ranged enemies first, then Liu Lai, a boss with long-range attacks, avoiding close combat until the end. Celica joins the party in this mission as a valuable companion. The guide provides character stats and mission data for these encounters. This page dives deep into the battle mode of Saturn Bomberman Fight, offering tactical advice for both competing against other players and the computer AI. It focuses on several key techniques to gain an advantage on the battlefield. The guide emphasizes that simply placing bombs on the ground is often ineffective. Instead, players should actively throw bombs, especially using the charge throw to stun opponents and reliably deal damage. It details the effective use of the powerful giant bomb, Dekabaku, explaining that it should only be deployed when the gauge is full and a warning sounds. Crucially, players are advised to always ensure they have a clear escape route before detonating a giant bomb, as being trapped by its massive explosion is a common mistake, leading to defeat. Taking advantage of map elevation is highlighted as another powerful tactic. Attacking from higher ground provides a significant advantage, as your thrown bombs can reach opponents below, while theirs may not reach you. Finally, the page covers how to counter an opponent's giant bomb by either attempting to catch it mid-air, or, more challenging, by aiming and hitting the falling bomb with your own to detonate it prematurely. These techniques are illustrated with screenshots demonstrating the proper execution and potential pitfalls. This guide section for Saturn Bomberman Fight focuses on item and special situation strategies. Avoid panels due to their high risk of negative effects. But if you get a bad one, try to get a better one to replace it. Prioritize grabbing fire-up and bomb-up items. Avoid being stunned to keep your items. Master special bomb types, like the horizontal chain bomb, Koro Fire, and Supergiant Bomb. Use the latter cautiously in tight spaces. Utilize the White Horse for long-range bomb throws, and dismount opponents riding it. In the endgame, prioritize dodging pressure bombs. In multiplayer battles, survive the initial onslaught and only attack once opponents are eliminated. This is especially effective against AI opponents. This page delves into the continuous techniques, or combos, available in X-Men vs. Street Fighter. It breaks down the system into 3 primary categories to help players understand how to link attacks effectively. First is the cancel type, which covers the standard fighting game mechanic of canceling a normal attack into a special move or super move upon connecting. It also highlights the game's chain combo system and how strategically using dashes can link air combos into ground combos and finish with a hyper combo. Next is the chase type. This focuses on attacking opponents who are knocked down or launched into the air. While not every attack can hit a downed foe, this section explains that certain moves allow for follow-ups, like a hyper combo on a downed opponent. It also briefly mentions throw escapes as a defensive option against throws that might lead to knockdowns. Finally, the work type describes simpler, or potentially tricky, continuous techniques. These are often easy to execute and might involve moves that recover quickly enough to allow the attacker to move before the opponent, enabling further hits or setups. Some character-specific variations can lead to very long combos, as shown in the screenshots featuring multi-hit counts, even reaching 99 hits. The guide suggests using these particularly advantageous techniques sparingly to keep things fair in friendly matches. The screenshots across the page illustrate examples of attacks and combo hits within the game. This page details advanced, continuous combo techniques in X-Men vs. Street Fighter, focusing on edge-of-screen aerial combos, aerial type. These exploits launch opponents and link air attacks repeatedly, circumventing the game's restrictions on repeating air launches. The guide provides a specific example, likely for Cyclops, detailing precise timing and attack inputs to maintain the aerial loop. The page explains how players discovered these strategies, initially by landing before the opponent after a launch. Beyond the aerial type, other advanced combos are discussed, including examples for Zangief and Gambit. Zangief's involves a crouching medium punch into kicks and a double lariat. Gambit's uses a throw, kinetic card, and linked kicks. Screenshots showcase high hit counts, demonstrating the effectiveness of these character-specific strategies. This guide summarizes key strategies for Chapters 7 and 8 of the SEGA Saturn RPG, Hisori, Tale of the Wind Island. Chapter 7 focuses on finding friends captured by the creature Makio, hidden in Sumitsubo Cave. The Withered Wood Brothers provide clues, as traditional hint-givers are silent. Players must talk to characters like Kisuke to trigger Makio's appearance. Chapter 8 involves interacting with characters like Grin and Swim, collecting items like Benton for a key. The key, found within another item, unlocks a new path revealed by the left hand. The guide emphasizes defeating Makio by using the gel fruit, provided by Neef. The game encourages players to use character names and lore from the Fujuki, Windbeast Chronicle, to solve puzzles and find crucial items. This adventure game structure relies on item collection, character interactions, and information gathering to progress. To prepare for the Umamukade race in Hisori's Chapter 8, you'll need a sail, Ruby's scarf, earned by witnessing her dance,
wheels, obtained by helping Jim and Cheryl, and a horse, Mamzu, who needs your help through the year. Serubeto, the parrot, initiates the race after you experience the light blue wind. A key tip is to master whip timing, paying attention to your opponent's cues. This guide also introduces the Sacred Tree Warping System, enabling fast travel using a tag from Grin's left hand. Sacred trees allow you to quickly move between fixed locations, which is especially helpful in areas like the Forest Square and Rock People's Cave during Chapter 8.
This page provides a guide to the action RPG Princess Crown, published by Atlas and released in 1997. It focuses on the basic gameplay loop right after the game's launch. The core progression involves arriving in a new town or village, talking to everyone to uncover event information, moving to the relevant location to explore and battle, often against bosses, resolving the event, and then returning to town to ask about the next destination. You can't advance to a new area without getting the necessary information from NPCs.
Beyond the main quest, the guide touches on the cooking systems. There are two types: soups, which restore HP and power, and grills, which increase your maximum HP when eaten at full health. It's noted that eating the unique, famous local dishes found in different areas can provide other beneficial effects, encouraging exploration and culinary indulgence. Finally, there's a combat guide focusing on Knight Captain CWAYN. It highlights the importance of knowing when to use guard, blocking, versus evade, dodging. Guard is better for single attacks and allows for easy counterattacks but leaves you open. Evade is riskier but completely avoids damage, making it essential against enemies that use rapid consecutive attacks. The guide also mentions that while the Queen character might not have many built-in consecutive attacks, her techniques can be linked into powerful special moves, though you need to be mindful of timing and openings, especially with follow-up hits. This page delves into some of the major events you'll encounter in the early part of Princess Gradriel's journey in Princess Crown. It highlights several key quests that drive the narrative forward. You'll find details on saving a unicorn mother and child from a witch in a Rogrove village, where the witch herself seems to have a deeper connection to Gradriel. There's also the challenge of the petrified village, Amberstep, requiring you to defeat a basilisk to restore the villagers. The guide points out that a wise character named Leon holds crucial information here. Later mysteries unfold in the city of Kator Batu, involving sirens and the appearance of Edward, and in the port town of Ritzland, where a character named Portogas unexpectedly causes trouble, necessitating a trip on a sightseeing boat to investigate. The page also strongly advises players not to overlook side events, emphasizing that thorough conversation with townspeople is the key to discovering these hidden quests. Finally, it offers combat strategies for some tougher early monsters. For the Orcagery, it suggests focusing on single, precise attacks due to its speed. Against the ghoul, evading its continuous attacks and counterattacking from behind is recommended. Facing a dragon, the guide stresses landing powerful special moves, especially those that can knock the large foe down, as its breath attack cannot be blocked. This page is dedicated to arcade games, presenting Volume 12 of Arcade Express. It focuses on new and currently active titles in arcades. The highlight is Taito's new game, Poochie Carrot. It's introduced as a fresh take on the action puzzle genre. Described as a block-breaking game, it features simple yet engaging rules that have seen significant evolution over the years. Taito is leveraging their expertise to create what they call a new origin for the genre. Key details mentioned include it being an action puzzle, supporting two-player simultaneous play, and running on the F3 board. The page also provides character introductions for Poochie Carrot. It presents several characters, including Garnet, Schist, Aqua, Clement, and Rald. For each character, it shows their portrait, an associated gem, their attack pattern, represented by a grid, and a brief description of their background or personality, hinting at their role in the game's story, where 12 hidden gems come together to grant a wish. This page continues the introduction to the arcade game Poochie Carrot, presenting more characters who participate in the quest for the mysterious gemstones. We meet Pearl and Deerle, Bee, Peridot, Catfire, Opa, Paz, and Ruko, each with their unique gem affiliation, a diagram illustrating their distinct stone attack pattern,
and a brief background story that ties into the game's narrative about the 12 legendary gems. The page then details the game's core mechanics, explaining that it's an action puzzle game where players control a paddle to bounce a ball and clear stones appearing on the screen. It highlights the simple yet engaging rules that evolve with puzzle elements and competitive play. The story section elaborates on the lore, describing the legend of the 12 gemstones from an ancient book, their history at the optical shrine where they granted wishes, their theft centuries ago, and the current spreading belief that collecting them will fulfill a wish once more. Furthermore, the different game modes are outlined: a single-player practice mode with adjustable difficulty, a two-player versus mode where players send cleared stones to their opponent, and an 11-round CPU story mode featuring character-specific stories, difficulties, and endings. The page concludes with a message from the development team, inviting players to experience the stone-clearing action, character interactions, and fun of Poochie Carrot in the arcade. This page is a celebration of all things SNK, kicking off with a report on their recent private show and the unveiling of their impressive new office. The show featured a killer lineup of arcade titles, including the Hyper Neo Geo 64 Fighter Samurai Showdown 64, and MVS hits like the beautiful fighting game, The Last Blade, and the intense shooter Blazing Star. Seeing these arcade powerhouses highlighted confirms Stank's commitment to the coin-op scene, though it notes the public couldn't just wander into the private event at the swanky new building. The main focus shifts to a birthday carnival for the iconic King of Fighters character, Kyo Kusanagi. This is presented as the first part of a special feature, showcasing fan contributions and developer messages. A message from the KOF team leader fondly recalls Kyo's creation, highlighting his initial concept to take down Spank's other major fighting game heroes, Terry and Ryo, and how fan support helped him become a leading figure. To celebrate, there's a cool giveaway with Kyo-themed prizes like posters, stickers, and even a full-size standee. Definitely something any SNK fan would want. The page also invites continued fan interaction for future magazine sections, like character polls and fan art showcases. It's clear SNK loves their characters and their fans. The next page continues the celebration of King of Fighters protagonist Kyo Kusanagi's birthday. It features box art for King of Fighters 94, 96, and 97, along with several screenshots showing Kyo in action during King of Fighters 97 gameplay. The main content details Kyo's journey through the King of Fighters tournaments from 94 to 97. It recounts his initial participation, his battles against Rugal in both 94 and 95, noting Rugal's surprising return, the introduction of his destined rival, Iori Yagami, and key moments like learning new techniques. The text also mentions his defeat by Geese Howard in 96, and the climactic events of the Orochi saga in 97, including the appearance of the Heavenly Kings like Goenitz, and Rugal's former secretaries, Mature and Vice. The segment highlights the 97 tournament as the conclusion of the Orochi storyline. Following the history lesson, the page provides strategic tips for playing as Kyo in King of Fighters 97. It covers basic offensive and defensive strategies, including using his signature moves like Aragami, Dakugami, and R.ED. Kick effectively, applying guard pressure, and utilizing specific combos and mix-ups. It gives advice on how to approach different situations and maximize Kyo's potential in combat. Finally, there's a short personal note from a writer discussing their recent experiences with King of Fighters, mentioning playing at home and the cost of arcade cartridges, along with a brief comment on arcade play. The next page announces a major national tournament for the groundbreaking mecha fighting game, Cyber Troopers Virtualon. This isn't just a local event. It's the Cyber Troopers Virtualon Final Mission National Tournament, presented in partnership with Sapporo Beer. The article details the ambitious plan to find the best Virtualon player in Japan. The tournament structure is laid out clearly, starting with preliminary rounds held in arcades across the country from late December 1997 into early 1998. The store champions will then advance to area finals held in mid-February 1998 to determine the top contenders. The grand finale, bringing together the nation's 64 strongest players, is set for late March 1998 in Ebisu Garden Hall, where the ultimate champion will be crowned. Key details about the tournament rules are mentioned, including the use of a tournament format leading to the final. The article also notes that players will compete on the standard Virtualon arcade cabinets, specifying versus city type / twin cabinet type. Screenshots of the game's various mechs, or Virturoids, are displayed alongside a timeline graphic illustrating the tournament progression. The writers express their excitement for the event and encourage fans to participate or come support the players, even mentioning the possibility of additional events during the finals. This looks like a fantastic opportunity for Virtualon fans to test their skills on the national stage. This page dives into the exciting world of Cybertroopers Virtualon merchandise.
Following the buzz of the national tournament, SEGA is rolling out a variety of goods for fans. First up are prize items like cool t-shirts featuring designs by AM2's publicity designer. These are set to appear in arcade UFO catchers around June 1998. They also hint at other items being developed behind the scenes. The page also showcases the next wave of collectible figures. The Cybertroopers Virtualon collection figure Ver.1 is already appearing in stores. And now, Ver.2 is on its way. These figures, which look fantastic for their 100 yen price point, include iconic Virtuoids like Temjin, Raiden, Viper 2, and Feyen. Ver.2 seems to offer color variations or potentially other mechs from the game. Adding to the collection, Fever are adorable deformed keychain figures. These are slightly delayed compared to the larger figures, but feature all 8 main Virtua Sprachroids: Temjin, Raiden, Viper 2, Feyen, APHARMD, Dordkuz, Belgdor, and Cypher. Expected around March 1998, these are highly anticipated items for fans. Finally, there's a teaser for an upcoming second Virtualon Quiz Championship.
The page is clearly designed to keep the Virtualon hype train rolling, with plenty of cool stuff for players and collectors.
This page is all about the officially licensed arcade game, Harley-Davidson and L.A. Riders, developed by SEGA M1 and running on the powerful Model 3 hardware. It highlights the dream of riding a Harley, and brings that experience to life in a game set in a realistically rendered Los Angeles. The key feature is the freedom to explore the city streets beyond the strict checkpoint-to-checkpoint routes, letting you ride through freeways, beaches, parking lots, and even buildings for a truly wild ride. The game features 5 popular Harley models to choose from, each with sampled engine sounds directly from real bikes. And the deluxe cabinet even includes vibration feedback to make the experience feel even more authentic. The visuals are sharp thanks to the Model 3 board, recreating famous landmarks. There's competitive play for up to 4 riders, encouraging bold moves and shortcuts. The DX cabinet lets you sit on a replica bike and even use a real rear brake pedal. Early impressions from shows were very positive, praising the action and engine sounds, particularly the immersive DX cabinet. AM2 Corner Volume 80 celebrates Virtua Striker 2 and its soundtrack, capitalizing on World Cup excitement. The page focuses on Takenobu Mitsuyoshi's music, featured in the game, and on the newly released CD. The CD includes rock fusion arrangements of Virtua Striker 1 tracks, alongside a selection of new music from VS2 designed to enhance the game's soccer atmosphere. A CDEX feature was added by popular demand. The article praises how the music complements the game and could be used in real-world sports broadcasts. Mitsuyoshi's other works, like Wolf's Virtua Fighter theme, are also mentioned, showcasing his broader influence. The page includes photos of Mitsuyoshi, game screenshots, and CD information. A Superplay video of Mitsuyoshi is also available on the CD Extra.
This page features the 5th installment of the Zoom In Elf series, focusing on the classic adventure game, Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world. The main highlight is an interview/message from Kimiko Furuyama, the voice actress for the character Yuno. She shares her personal journey into voice acting, detailing the challenges and her family's initial resistance, emphasizing how the role of Yuno has had a significant and positive impact on her. She expresses gratitude for being able to work as a voice actress now, and encourages fans who have played Yuno to share their impressions of the game and her performance. The page also briefly mentions a novelization of the original game, This World Where You Were Born, and includes sections for reader mail and messages related to Elf titles. This page features the column, Weekly Fuse Academia by Dr. Fuse, an expert gamer who discusses various topics related to games and society. This installment focuses on the concept of a brain society, in the context of the Hudson game Momotaro Duchuki, released on September 25, 1997. The article uses a screenshot from Momotaro Duchuki, showing the map-based gameplay and prominently featuring the character King Bonbi. The author argues that while the game is set in the Edo period, often seen as a thoroughly managed society. The element of enjoyable chaos, personified by King Bonby, is what makes it compelling. He contrasts this with the potentially boring nature of a perfectly controlled society, and suggests that the unpredictable events brought by Bonby serve as a kind of medicine, or spice, that makes the managed world of the game fun. The author also touches on the game's setting and historical context, relating it to the development of Japan's managed society through the Edo period. Ultimately, he posits that games themselves are products of the brain's world, and the chaos they introduce is essential to their appeal. This page features the weekly horoscope column by Hakozaki no Haha, covering the period from December 12th to December 18th. The layout provides predictions for all 12 zodiac signs, uniquely separating advice for boys and girls for each sign, each with a distinct illustrative image. A special focus this week is on Lucky-san, whose birthday falls within this period, placing her under the Sagittarius sign. She is represented by a screenshot from the game Sentimental Graffiti, showing a character with red hair and a contemplative expression, hinting at the game's narrative focus. The horoscopes offer general guidance on various aspects of life, including overall luck, health, work/study, and romance, often suggesting lucky items or colors for the week. For example, the Sagittarius horoscope advises lucky romance to be mindful of romance issues, but suggests seeking advice from elders could be helpful. The advice across signs varies, from focusing on preparations for new ventures, to managing emotions, paying attention to health, or seizing opportunities in relationships. The page also includes a simple rating system indicating the general luck level for each sign this week. This page is dedicated to the apex of glitches/tricks, a reader-submitted secrets corner featuring various hidden techniques for SEGA Saturn games. Submissions are ranked, with rewards ranging from Saturn software to book vouchers. The first game featured is Zero Divide: The Final Conflict. One trick reveals two minigames, Neko Tataki and Mini Phalanx, accessible by setting certain key configurations to unused and playing for over 3 hours. Another secret for Zero Divide allows access to the Neko Story manga viewer by pressing X, Y, and Z simultaneously in the story menu. Next, for the J.League Pro Soccer Club series, there's a tip regarding the player editing feature. Entering names of characters from popular soccer manga can unlock unique messages. An example given is using the name Yoshiharu Kubo from the manga Aoki Densetsu Shoot. Finally, for X-Men vs. Street Fighter, a trick allows players to unlock an alternate version of Chun-Li, styled after her appearance in the Street Fighter Alpha series. This is done by holding the select button while choosing her character. The page notes subtle differences in her techniques and graphics compared to the standard version. The page concludes with a call for readers to submit their own game secrets for a chance to be featured and receive rewards. This page features the SEGA Saturn soft review section, focusing on upcoming releases between December 12th and 19th. The corner highlights games sampled by the editorial department using trial or finished versions. The first game reviewed is Odo Renaissance, a simulation game where players manage an Edo period city, aiming to rebuild the shogunate's finances and raise the cultural level. The reviewers praise its depth and the historical learning aspects, noting the strategic elements and engaging gameplay. While some text is small, the system is straightforward, making it accessible even for simulation newcomers. It earns an average score of 7.66. Next up is sound novel Tsukuru 2, a creation tool for making sound novels. This iteration sees improvements like enhanced graphics and sound materials, and, crucially, supports keyboard input. Reviewers found it to be a solid tool for aspiring creators, offering plenty of options, although text input using conversion might be a bit tedious. It received an average score of 7.00. Finally, a section showcases brief personal comments from the reviewers, touching on games they are currently enjoying, like Uno, Grandia, Pokemon RPGs, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter, reflecting their diverse gaming interests outside of the main reviews. This page features reviews for 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. First up is Tinkle Star Sprites, a versus shooting game. While some reviewers found it cute but chaotic and hard to follow, others praised its unique combo system and satisfying gameplay, making it accessible even for less skilled players. The demo explaining the rules was appreciated, though the split-screen and round-based structure made it feel less like a traditional shooter to some. It scores a solid 7.00 on average. Next we have Shinpen Manmaru, a full polygon 3D action game based on the anime. Reviewers found the core concept cute, but the gameplay itself is surprisingly challenging, with tricky jumps, traps, and enemies. Despite the difficulty that might frustrate some players, the demos, music, and the adorable main character's voice and movement were highlighted as positive points. It received an average score of 6.00. Finally, the highly anticipated RPG Grandia is reviewed. This title is lauded across the board as an outstanding work that fully lives up to expectations. Reviewers were impressed by the detailed 3D graphics, the engaging IP-gauge battle system, and the flexible character growth. The story and character direction, particularly the protagonist's journey as a boy dreaming of adventure, were deeply moving for some. Despite being relatively expensive, its depth and quality make it an absolute must-play for RPG fans, and earns a near-perfect average score of 9.00. The next page features reviews for 3 more SEGA Saturn titles coming soon. First up is Suikoden, Tendo o Hachisei, a simulation game based on the Water Margin saga. Reviewers note it's been a while since they played this type of Koei simulation. While incorporating many events from the original story and featuring well-made graphics and systems, the real-time SLG aspect feels hampered by slow processing speed, which detracts from strategic depth. Some found the process of raising character stats a bit tedious. It scores an average of 7.00. Next is June Classic Circus C and Rope Kurabu, the latest golf simulation from TIT and eSoft. This entry reportedly improves processing speed over previous titles, though graphics might be slightly reduced. Detailed course visuals are praised, but some issues were noted with ball physics and the simulation display's readability. While a traditional golf game, some felt it lacked a variety of earlier games and was less engaging without multiplayer. It earns an average score of 6.33. Finally, we have Textort Rud, Arcana Senki, described as a board game simulation with card battle elements. It blends strategic depth from dice rolls and card battles, feeling like a character-driven board game. Reviewers enjoyed the strategy and the artwork on the in-game tarot cards. Criticisms included a small, hard-to-navigate map, somewhat dated monster animations, and a preference for human versus human matches over playing against the CPU. It finishes with an average score of 6.66. This page features reviews for 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. First up is Universal Nuts, an adventure game. While reviewers appreciated the story and scenario, they found the gameplay lacking, with simple visuals and monotonous progression. The game's detective elements and mysterious atmosphere were noted, but the overall feeling was that of a basic visual novel with limited player interaction. It received an average score of 5.00. Next is Crows, the battle action for SEGA Saturn, a side-scrolling beat-em-up based on the popular manga series. Reviewers felt the game was a basic action title, relying heavily on simple punching and kicking. While the character designs were praised for staying true to the source material, the core gameplay, including the combo system which drained stamina quickly, was seen as weak and lacking depth compared to modern action games. It scored an average of 4.33. Finally, there's RMJ, the Mystery Hospital, a horror adventure game. Set in a hospital, the game was praised for its terrifying atmosphere and effective production values, including camera work. Reviewers found the story engaging and unpredictable, drawing them in despite finding the basic gameplay simple. Criticisms included slightly off character movements and a feeling that the game was too short for the depth of the narrative. One reviewer noted the difficulty of interactive movie sections. It achieved an average score of 7.00. This page features reviews for 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn releases. First is Zap! Snowboarding Tricks 98, a sports action game. Reviewers noted that while the controls could be tricky, especially for performing tricks, the game offered a fun experience, with good course variety and a rewarding skill progression system. It received an average score of 6.33. Next is Jungle Park Saturn Island, an adventure game. The concept of exploring a theme park as a monkey and playing mini-games was found interesting, but critics were frustrated by movement restrictions and difficulty in navigating the environment. The blend of adventure and relaxing gameplay felt unresolved, and the mini-games were only passable. It scored an average of 5.33. Finally, there's Twin Cobra 2 Plus, a shooting game. Opinions were divided. Some felt it was a challenging but flawed update compared to the original, citing balance issues. Others appreciated the Saturn version's exclusive features, like a story mode and rapid fire. Despite some visual quirks and differing control feel, it earned an average score of 4.66.
This month's software releases include several budget and new titles. The Puradoru disc series offers volumes 10 and 11, multimedia discs featuring gravure idols. Ultraman Zukan 2, a database for Ultraman fans, provides character information and illustrations. Gekirindan, a budget arcade shooting game, includes a demo of Battle Garega. Kuma Zensho Dai Nishu, a devil dictionary, features demons from the Shin Megami Tensei series. Budget re-releases in this month's SATURN December edition include Tetris S, the 3D RPG Sword and Sorcery, and the innovative sound-based combat adventure game Enemy Zero, all offered at affordable prices. This page presents the SEGA Saturn software release schedule, detailing upcoming titles for January, February, and beyond in 1998. It lists games by release date, title, price, developer, genre, and compatible peripherals or features. The included legend clarifies genre abbreviations like ACT for action, RPG for role-playing game, SLG for simulation, and SPT for sports, among others. It also explains symbols for recommended age ratings and peripherals, like the twin stick or multi-controller. Notably, symbols indicate titles making their first appearance on the list, or those with title changes. The schedule highlights a variety of genres hitting the Saturn soon. January sees releases like sound novel Tsukuru 2, fighting games such as Kurosu, the battle action for SEGA Saturn, and RPGs like Grandia and Devil Summoner. Adventure games like R.M.J., The Mystery Hospital are also listed. Looking ahead to February, titles like Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 3, Tabidachi no Uta, Sentimental Graffiti, and Wizardry Nemesis offer further variety, including dating simulations, visual novels, and classic dungeon crawling. There are also sports titles and strategy games planned. Some highly anticipated titles, like Baroque, are listed with an undetermined release date, adding to the excitement for Saturn owners. This schedule provides a great overview of the diverse lineup, keeping the console relevant in early 1998. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software release schedule, covering titles slated for March 1998, and those with undetermined release dates spanning various periods. The lineup showcases the Saturn's diverse library with many highly anticipated games across multiple genres. Adventure titles like Eve the Last One and Lupin 2-1, The Sage of the Pyramid are listed alongside racing and combat games such as Winning Post 3, Steam Hearts, Psychic Force, and Guilty Gear. Action fans have a lot to look forward to with Hexen, Astal Superstars, the Mega Man title Super Adventure Rockman, Dungeons & Dragons Collection, Vampire Savior, Darkstalkers 3, and Castlevania, Symphony of the Night making appearances. RPGs remain a strong focus, featuring games like Lunar, Eternal Blue, Suikoden, Dragon Force 2, and the progression of the Shining Force 2 saga, with scenarios 2 and 3. The schedule also lists major horror releases, like Resident Evil 2 and The House of the Dead, indicating the system's strength in that genre. Other genres represented include simulations, puzzles, and ports of arcade hits like Image Fight and X Multiply. The schedule notes compatibility with various peripherals such as expansion RAMs, light guns, and modems, highlighting the range of gameplay experiences available on the system. Overall, this list confirms a robust release slate, keeping the SEGA Saturn relevant, with a mix of established franchises and interesting new titles. SEGA Saturn Magazine is running a reader-present campaign tied to its upcoming December 19th issue, which will highlight the year's best Saturn games and future titles. Readers can enter by completing a questionnaire, providing details, and specifying their desired prize on a postcard, due by December 26th. Prizes include Saturn games, 20 winners, Pucci Carrot underlay sheets, 5 winners, Yoshiyuki Sadamoto illustrations, software, 1 winner, Twinkle Star sprites, telecards, 3 winners, and a Shoujo Soshite poster, 5 winners. The magazine also lists staff and contact information, but won't offer game hints. Finally, it announces the winners of the previous present campaign from the November 28th issue, who won a variety of SEGA Saturn-related items. This page features an advertisement for the game Tenant Wars, developed by Kindle Imagine Develop. The game is announced for simultaneous release on both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn. The ad is fronted by a large, friendly-looking mascot character,
a fluffy yellow cat wearing blue goggles and a blue vest, with a prominent red paw print on its belly. The core gameplay is described as a board game playable by up to 6 people simultaneously, promoting a fun, lively experience.
Players can also play solo against the computer.
A key feature highlighted is the inclusion of numerous real-life stores within the game world, suggesting a focus on business simulation or property management. Players control cute characters and aim to become top tenant owners by opening stores and likely competing for properties or market share. Screenshots display simple, pixelated visuals showing characters moving on a grid-based map and views of store exteriors, confirming the board game/simulation genre. The game is scheduled for release on February 12, 1998, with a standard price of 5,800 yen, excluding tax. There's also a playful queue and a section asking the reader to guess the game's title, listing humorous incorrect options before the correct answer. Tenant Wars is revealed in the prominent logo. This looks like a charming, accessible simulation game designed for multiplayer fun. This page is a striking feature on the highly anticipated RPG, Grandia, for the SEGA Saturn. The main image showcases vibrant character art featuring the main protagonists, Justin, Sue, and Fina, alongside glimpses of the expansive world and gameplay visuals in a collage around the SEGA Saturn logo. The large, metallic Grandia logo dominates the center. The page announces the game's release date as December 18th, described dramatically as the release of destiny. The text highlights the game's ambitious scope, referring to it as an adventure drama RPG. It speaks of young adventurers striving to reach the end of the world, a phrase that had seemingly lost its luster, but is pursued with renewed passion. Key features emphasized include overwhelming presence and diverse actions, multi-layered 3D dungeons, numerous character expressions, and a real-time, dynamic action battle system where all party members participate simultaneously. The text specifically mentions helping each other and getting in each other's way, creating lively battles. Grandia is presented as a SEGA Saturn exclusive title, coming on a 2 candelas set, priced at 7,800 yen, excluding tax. Development and publishing are credited to Game Arts and Entertainment Software Publishing, especially. This looks like a definitive promotional push for one of the Saturn's most prominent RPGs, promising a grand adventure with deep systems and engaging characters.